God fans? We're back with more Challengers Elite. Day 2 rages on after Europe had some really interesting results earlier today. We're back with North America, and I'll tell you, day 1, I went out and I tweeted it after we were done. I think we had more turn-ons, more World Star, more spit-ons yesterday than we had all of last year, possibly.
We had a little bit of everything, man. Like you said, spit-ons, World Stars, 2v4s, 3v4s, absolute chokes. We've seen it all yesterday, so if that's what day 1 was like, I can't wait to see what day 2 has in store for us.
Dude, wild scenes, because it was really funny. You know, there were, I think, a lot of players that were tweeting like, okay, not our greatest day. Others, though, that we thought were having a great day that I heard earlier today, oh, that wasn't our best. I was like, wait, what? Like, I thought you guys were absolutely spitting, but I guess maybe not. So, crazy scenes. And, you know, the bigger thing about it is we had some expected favorites provide what we thought would happen, but some really unexpected names show up on top of their leaderboard after the first day of games.
Yeah, no, it was an insane first day of game. Obviously, Boston Academy, they make that roster change, bringing Doug out, bringing in that young player in Cammy, veteran leadership, and they absolutely dominated in their series yesterday. And across the map as well, diverse, a whole bunch of players that we really didn't know about. They came back from the series yesterday, down 2-1 versus NYSL, and sent those boys 0-2 on day 1. So a whole lot of shakeups, and I'm expecting more today.
Reverse sweeps, lots of map 5s across the board, and it looks like North America will continue to do what it's always pretty much done, stay super, super tight between our top squads and, well, those that are looking to fight for a playoff spot. Again, just got to remember that we've got 12 teams here in North America like we did in Europe, but they are split up between 2 different groups of 6. So every team will play 5 total matches, which largely means if you can find a way to get 3 wins, your playoff chances are pretty much guaranteed. So for teams like Syndicate on one side, Boston Academy and Diverse on the other, really solid start for them. On the other side, though, the teams that start 0-2, you look at and say, oh, hold on a second, you kind of have to win out if you want to have a realistic chance at making playoffs without any tiebreaker situations.
And if you're NYSL, like, you're definitely coming into this today thinking about yesterday. We got reverse up in our first series. We should have won that one. We're up 2-1 in our second series. Even though it goes to a game 5, a lot of rounds they just let get away. So even though they're sitting at 0-2, they're still definitely a caliber roster who can fight back and try to get 3 victories in a row.
Yeah, and I think just, again, they lost 2 map 5s yesterday. So you're also looking at that as potentially, again, helping you as you get deeper and deeper in. But here's our schedule to kind of get things going. Again, we're going to have 2 matches kind of being broadcasted at once. We'll have, of course, the primary match listed as our main focus here. But the Bravo stream is live, and we'll be kind of broadcasting the secondary matches you see there in full. We'll do our look-ins where we can. So we've got the 2-0 squads to start things off on our main stream. Diverse, again, huge surprise. 2-0, lots of names that we just did not necessarily know much about, and a lot of them are getting their first taste at Challengers, looking at players like Neum in particular, but also 0-4, who his face-it name is apparently Dadan, and Bandy, who's played for a couple of years, is looking like he's in prime form this year.
Yesterday this team really surprised me. Obviously a whole lot of guys that have been playing in ranked, but I got to see what they're like in matches. Neum is a guy that I played against all morning, but he was moving with that SMG last night, and then alongside 0-4, he took over in that game 5, dropped 16. Wow, that's how you get the job done, especially put your name on the map.
Yeah, big time. And again, just their POVs, unbelievably cracked out. But the interesting thing is we look over to their opponent in the Boston Academy roster. We talked a lot about how Sensor had kind of been the staple personality behind this team since always, but with him retiring, you've got Cammy who steps in, and I would one point said, I don't know what kind of pentagram we're going to get this year. It's been a while since we've had takeover, dominant pentagram, but yesterday he really put me back on the believer bus because he looked unbelievable from start to finish.
He was going crazy, but alongside Yeez, like, those guys gave me confidence going into rank play today that even if I'm one shot, I'm still sliding out and challenge because they were winning some insane fights. And even though there was a map, Shawnee went 21-37, but he had 7K damage. Like, this teamwork is on full display for Boston Academy. If they play like the way that they did yesterday, they're going to walk away with this first series with ease.
And that's the crazy thing about it is talking to their coach. He sent me a message last night and then again today. It's like, oh, we didn't even play all that well yesterday. And I was
really?
Are you sure about that? Like, I don't know if I want to see you guys at peak form. I mean, I do, but it's one of those things I don't know if anyone else does. So here's our best of 5 layout. We got sub base to start things off with a triple decker of Invasion in the middle with Karachi to follow. I mean, I think the interesting thing about this is looking at Diverse, who looked so good with 3 SMGs in their hands yesterday. Now all of a sudden, you're at least running 3 ARs. We're really going to see how versatile and dexterous this diverse team is going to be in map number 1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that battle between Paul X and Shawnee. We know both of those guys are veteran players. They've been around the CDL for a really, really long time. And on a map like Subbase, where a majority of those hills you want to hold from the top 3-story side, you best believe those ARs are going to put themselves in those proper positions, holding down the lanes, opening up the lanes for the SMGs. And even more exciting, like you said, a map like Subbase, someone else has to pull out that AR. So either Pentagram or Yeez has to step up in that role.
Yeah, big time. And I think the thing about it is, you know, as much as we often have thought about Pentagram and Yeez over the course of the last handful of years as kind of primarily being known for their SMG gameplay, there have been times in the past where both players have had to flex away from the sub. I mean, in particular, you think about last year, Snoopy was running the main sub all year long, that he was on the Boston Academy team, so Pentagram had to flex into a 3rd AR at times during Modern Warfare 2. So I would assume that it would likely be Pentagram. I think especially compared to the gameplay we saw yesterday, like Yeez was legitimately sprinting the entire time. Not to say that Pentagram wasn't, but it definitely felt like Yeez's positioning was leaning more towards that main sub role. So that would be what our expectation is going into this first map. But
and he found himself behind enemy lines a lot of times yesterday. We're talking about majority of the time they were playing a lot of high rise, so just sneaking through underground, finding the openings on the map. And then as a young SMG, if you can do that on a map like Subbase, you are going to have a stellar time, because we know top snow, very crucial. You take control of top comms, top 3-story, all the high ground on this map are the power spots, so that needs to be dominated. But if you can put an SMG up close and personal, even better.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think more importantly, it is about trying to find timings on rotation. And both teams showed us a lot of tempo in their respawns, but I think in particular, we look back to Boston, and they were doing it collectively as a squad always. So I think that's kind of the expectation. If that was bad gameplay or not perfect gameplay for them yesterday, that would likely be something you look to see if it improves even more so here in their first match. But it will be Neum for first blood, counteracted by Boston, and they're already in, finding some really good opening time here, for being honest.
Yeah, this is P1, so they start off on the preferred side. You see, have one player that's on the hill, at least is going to stay alive long enough. Cammy and Shawnee, your job is to make sure no one overextends through that P5 HP. And at least Cammy does take down 2. You keep the trades abound. You keep the spawns as well. So already Boston Academy showing that teamwork on full display, filling in all the right gaps to get a lot of time off P1.
Yeah. 31 seconds.
Wow.
Here comes the break attempt for Diverse. Good shots come through to eliminate some Boston contestants, but it's not healthy enough for Diverse to find a ton of this scrap time. But Paul on rotation gets here first. Pentagram down low. Okay, he is running one of the rivals. Neum there to shut him down from that secret position. So a chance for Diverse to get into the second hard point early. Just comes down to, can they read the Boston hit?
No, it's a big kill as well to take down Yeez, the player for Boston Academy who was trying to hit the route. And now you have a player in towards top warehouse. He's going to be able to give the comms, also force them to continuously try to hit up through tunnel. Because the rat back and take this player out of warehouse is not going to be easy, but 0-4 gets 2. Paul X trying to set up the crossfire, does get taken down. So now you have Boston Academy applying the pressure through the front end. They have an opportunity to find a break here.
Kills from the front, looking really polished. 0-4, the last one left alive. Tried to finesse his life, but just flat out overwhelmed. Really good control from Boston, hitting from multiple angles at the same time, and never gave Diverse to set up a chance really to respond. Shawnee trying to get a bit aggressive here over towards Warehouse, seeing if he could maybe make some pressure occur early for this rotation to New. Cammy right behind him, but neither find any success, so Diverse will miss out on the scrap time, but they're in a good spot top snow to at least get themselves set up for 3.
Oh, yeah, you got top snow. You're also pushing Boston Academy back because they're spawning all the way across the map. And they would continuously spawn on that side as long as you stay aggressive through mid. Teammates already set up around the new hill. Trades are abound through the middle of the map. But now, if you are Diverse, you have to start getting some ground because Boston Academy already take top warehouse. They take top snow. They have the positionings to find the break.
0-4 in the back line. Good position from him. Gets the read up top. Oh. Transfer to Yeez. Crucial gunfight win for 0-4. Now he is by himself, and he realizes that, yep, he needs to try to play his life, but Boston will take their heads into the water and be able to take him out. So even though it's an impressive double, no one else follows up for Diverse's setup, and now you got Boston again finding an early break.
Yeah, that's easy stuff, though, for Boston Academy because this time is going to be uncontested. If you are Diverse, you don't want to be too aggressive, potentially spawn out, or let someone slip on by. Ryan's going to be the only player trying to contest this. He does find the kill off spawn, but Cammy is there for the trade. So Boston are going to find themselves up by 50 points, but this is an opportunity where Diverse can get back into the game. You just got to stay pushed out the way that you are. Keep Boston Academy trying to solo out one way to attack, and they're going to start off by pushing towards Warehouse.
Paul for the first blood. Neum up top should get a pretty solid read at this. Catches Shawnee trying to mantle over the boxes and almost gets the turn back over to Yeez again, but that gets shut down. Pentagram does follow up through mid-map, so he does have an MCW out. So maybe a hill-by-hill design here for Boston. We'll keep our eye on that as the break attempt starts to grow some legs to run with, but Diverse right back up off of their eliminations, right in position to deal with it, and the first couple of kills are good.
And that is the reason why Diverse is so aggressive up to the middle of the map, because they know they have the spawns in towards the back. Even if we die pushed up, we still have an opportunity to still hold. But 3 go down in the feed. Boston Academy, they were able to work through top 3, work through bottom maze, find all the kills, and lead to the break. 20 seconds is going to be theirs. Diverse now forced to rotate.
Shawnee already playing through mid-map. Will catch one top server. Sneaks in towards P2 window. Trophy keeps him safe, and Yeez is on the other side here at Snow. As he gets the expectation of the player in the corner, well, he had a read, but Neum beats him to the punch. So, kill's good. Again, it kind of feels like one of our situations we had yesterday where, yeah, you know, we had teams, you know, Diverse is hanging around, but we need to see them really lock down a setup because the trends continue to favor Boston either on rotation or on their early breaks.
Yeah, they keep finding breaks within like 20 to 25 seconds, and they're at least keeping it scrappy for about 10, walking away with the final 25 to 30. It's exactly how you want to play, especially if you're late off the rotation. But as they are looking to find another break on towards P5, still a 20-point game. Crossfires galore, set up by Diverse, but the nade's a little bit stronger. Coming in from Cammy. He takes down the first Pentagram with the pre-fire. Unfortunately, can't take down Paul. They still hold on. Diverse within 15.
Really good stuff, and exactly what the doctor had ordered. Yeez stunned up top warehouse. He's been red, but still finds the kill, and oh, that's just a little too quick, too simple. Boston find 3. The scrap time now goes back their direction, and they're already kind of in a good spot to hold on to the left side of the minimap as we rotate over to P1.
Yeah, and if you're Shawnee, you just want to take your time here. Don't let anyone slip on by. Diverse did not show any presence over towards warehouse, so you know exactly where the push is coming in. You have top comms control. Yeez takes down 1. Can he find the second onto 04? No, he does not, but Shawnee has read the overextension. They take down the last player, and now it's all up to Neum, pushed up towards ramp. Great shots. He drops. Boston Academy strong on the setup.
Yeah, really, really good rotational timings again. And it's just one of those things, you put Shawnee, one of the straightest shooters in Challengers, on a position like this. He very well may be good for more than just the cruise missile if he can get this 6th elimination. Damage from afar, but there's his teammates to pick up right where he needed the assist. Paul at range, and I'm telling you, Shawnee just doesn't miss bullets.
Oof.
Can't quite find the last shots needed to take down 1 at range, but 04 walks right into him, and that's enough for the cruise missile to get earned.
Oh, this is good work right here from the Sean man. He's watching the entire right side of the map through top 3, knowing that his teammates are not going to get contested at P1, but the dance move not strong enough right there for Pentagram to take down Ryan. But still, Boston Academy have blown this game wide open. That's now 2 P1s they have dominated. And now you're forcing Diverse to find a break in towards P2. Neum starts it off with a big kill onto Shawnee. They have the bodies. You win these fights, the hill is going to be yours. They're getting the initial time.
Not good news here for Diverse. Need to work with something quickly, and it gets really, really troublesome very quickly. Yeah, Neum also staggered away, so now you've got Cammy farming off the spawn, and oh boy, he's got himself a cruise missile to work with, and this is just going to take up so much time. 108. Past 200 will go Boston with more to follow, and there's just no one from Diverse nearby. I mean, if they want to commit to breaking this, which they need to, they may at best get like 15 seconds with the time. It's not a good moment for them.
Yeah, you got to invest on this break. You can't give up this 30 seconds for free, especially with Boston. Even though they're still getting those back spawns, you can try to trap them in and change some time over towards P3. But they find all the kills at the right time. Boston Academy, now with only 15 seconds left, they have 2 cruise missiles to work with to break in towards P3. You have 1 player playing lights and slow in towards tunnel. Pentagram does take down 1, but now you got to slow down. There's no one, no one by your site.
Not good news here whatsoever for Diverse. And I don't know if they know that Pentagram is in this position. There's the check. Pentagram lots of damage, but can't find the kill. Okay, 3 for 1 goes the exchange. Diverse still alive. Neum up top, though, doesn't quite use the heady perfectly. 04 coming across on the cut. And at least able to track down a couple of players, but only secures kills onto 1. So here comes Boston. Flood on the way, and 04 will spawn out. Not good here. Diverse need to hold.
And this is an opportunity where, with Yeez in his positioning, I would have called in the cruise missile to flip those spawns, but if the gunny is hot, you can do it that way. He's able to find 2. Boston Academy still spawning across the map. Big one-on-one. 1 by Neum to potentially secure that final 25, but Boston Academy, only 21 seconds left. They have 2 cruise missiles to work with. You see the rest of Diverse. They have to chalk this time. We have to go, and we have to go now.
Yep, absolutely. Not a healthy margin in front of them. Pentagram making life difficult again, and this is what we saw from Boston yesterday. It's just, we've already got the lockdown, boys. Someone go push and be annoying, and Pentagram continues to do that. Yee's also in a spot to watch over the middle of the map. He doesn't miss, and even though he doesn't have just a 13 and 16 currently KD, you've got Pentagram absolutely dominating for a second straight day, 21 and 14 as Boston Academy look good to just cruise their way into a map 1 win.
And I don't even think that Diverse is going to have an opportunity to contest this. 3, 2, 1. That is going to be the game. Boston Academy continue to surprise me every time I watch these guys. They just get better and better. Just making plays. The turning point of the game had to be that P1. The way that they were able to read the rotation. You have a player pushed out towards warehouse. You know no one is trying to overextend through P5. So you get the info. Now everyone puts their focus over towards the street. They trade out effectively. They get a clean 4 dead. They get about 40 seconds at P1, and they chain it to P2 with a couple cruise missiles that they didn't even have to invest. That was just stellar hardpoint game. Great rotations out of Boston Academy to take map 1.
And that's just, again, a broken record moment because we said that legitimately in every single respawn yesterday from Boston. And they looked really clean. I mean, the invasion's still on deck, by the way, if we go to a map 4, and they blew Convoy out of the water on that map yesterday. So if that wasn't them playing well, and they're going to continue to play at this level with potentially an invasion to wait, I don't know, man. I'm surprised, again, to say the least, because it's a team that recently got put together with Camby filling in now for Censor's vacancy, but they come into their first cup and finish second. And then yesterday, 2-0, flawless in respawns, essentially. It just looks like they've got the whole package ready to go.
And that's insane because keep in mind, when you make a roster change, there's usually a couple kinks that you got to work out, especially in Search and Destroy. But everything right now is just clicking for this team. The honeymoon stage is on point for Boston Academy. And if they continue to play like that, without question, they're going to be the top dog on this group in the NA side. Because, like, they just don't make any mistakes, man. They're building layers in HPs. You have players pushed out, finding multiple kills, just keeping them off of that hill. They're playing great HP right now.
Well, we do have simultaneous matches going on, so we'll take a look in to see what's going on with our secondary matchup on the Bravo stream right now. We've got Spacefish Taco, SFT, going up against the Singapore Syndicate. Tight one here, 200 to 194. Syndicate, again, I thought they looked really good throughout yesterday when we saw them as well. We watched them play FaZe Black, and they didn't win either of the 2 hard points, but their search is what got them through a lot of the series. Yeah,
their search was unbelievable. Obviously, multiple 2v4 clutches. If you're FaZe Black, that's still haunting you. You probably couldn't sleep last night by the nightmares you had, but this is a very, very close game. 200 to 202. Back to the P1. Still a minute and 44 on the game clock. We love to see that, Alan. 40 seconds remaining on P1. Journey's cutting him off, holding down this positioning. Only 40 seconds till they get the dub.
And Jay, it's another one of those maps where Syndicate is getting severely outslayed. 15 and 27 from Cruz. Another bad invasion hardpoint from him. Journey trying to put it together. 4 in a row. Gets him back to more level. Gets a little snap on Dwelle for kill number 5. Pro Amar seen over the top, but no regen there. But what I was about to say is, yeah, SGP getting outslayed, but their objective work has been great from this, especially on this map as we saw them yesterday and even now today.
Yeah. Yesterday they played great, but not in a better position right now to close out the game. But if you lose these fights, you're basically giving the game to SFT. So you have to clutch on up, get your trophy system down, get ready for at least 1 push. The crossfires are bound. Deception's trying to open up on 1, but shots are going down, and it's finally Welly's able to start it off.
Well, Cruz, Major Maniac should be in a really solid position to clean up the work started by Journey. Exotic, last one left alive, does well to take down Cruz, and, well, maybe more than just a 1 pump there over in the corner on the snaking, but hey, he finesses his life well enough. Gunsy on the cross, good to again keep Major Maniac alive. No one in the hard point, but kills will eventually allow numbers to persist for Syndicate, and they will step back into the hill.
Yeah, they're right back in. There's only 10 seconds left, so there's not going to be any trophy systems this time around. They used all attacks off spawn. Deception at least takes down 1 player off the point. They can no longer win it here, but all you're trying to do right now is just keep them off of this time. Make sure there's only 7 seconds remaining that they can walk away with. You still have a couple crossfires, and they actually touch it with 8, so they still have an opportunity to win it here. Nope, nope, not anymore. Rotate.
Not quite. Literally a second, maybe half a second away, but really darn close. So now it's just down to, can you break the P3 setup? And Welly with the off spawn is going to be behind this rotation, and he's actually caught kind of in between Syndicate members. It could work out well, but Journey finds the kill just off screen. Gunzy, backside gas station, not able to find anything to work with, and Cruz gets pushed aside. So here we go, Jay, 238, 249. Still no Syndicate members nearby to break.
Yeah, it all falls on Cruz. Once he drops, that's going to be GG. SGP, unfortunately, are going to fall short. Could not get it done at that P2. If you are Fish Tacos, all you have to do is just make sure they couldn't win it there, because we set ourselves up to trap them in towards Back Palace. Anyone that tried to sneak on by through gas, we take care of them. And then there was also a player who got a really good spawn towards A Street as well. He was able to instantly get the cutoff. Oh, man, that's a choke, man. That is a choke.
It's just tough because I understand, like, ooh, we may get the extra tick, but like they legitimately missed it by like half a second. It's real tough seeds, and especially in the predicament of we're still spawning Palace side. Do we commit to playing for old? Do we try to give up on that and maybe win the rotation to new? Like, it's one of those moments that I guarantee you Syndicate will look back on and say, okay, maybe we did make the wrong call here, especially with some SFT members that were kind of still spawning behind P2.
And if you see, like, towards the very end of that P2, I would have loved to see Cruz not fully commit to that gunfight at Cages on towards Exotic, because he's staying down. Major Maniac is being a turret behind that tractor. He has to turn that entire corner to get you off the point. All you have to do is focus on your front. But the fact that he slides off the hill, the player who was actually playing the hill, and loses that gunfight, the only thing Major Maniac could do was stay alive as long as he can. But as we take a look at a replay, we got to see it again.
Yeah, it's in this moment right here where everyone starts to commit. And again, I can understand the idea. Like, if Cruz would have gotten there a second earlier, they win the game. But he kind of holds the angle a little while too long. And now you get into that mix of, uh-oh, we got Exotic getting a two-piece at old. We don't have the rotation through this B side of the street. And you have one player in Welly who spawns over towards the old time. So Syndicate don't get the gas spawns as well. It just is a very unfortunate set of circumstances that happen all simultaneously of one another. And then, yeah, the kills coming off of spawn again for these SFT members just do not allow Syndicate a chance to touch. And from this point on, it has to be Cruz, and there's just no way.
Yeah, once he gets shut down, it was all on the back of ProMR, because there was two players actually contesting. If they take down ProMR, even those players that are dying at Palace, they are now going to spawn gas, and you would have been able to flip those spawns. But the fact that he's able to walk away with two, when both players knew his positioning, couldn't find a trade, that's very, very tough. You also had Exotic, who spawned over towards the water side and was able, like I said, to instantly get the cutoff. He also finds a two-piece as well. So it was just perfectly set up right there for the Fish Tacos to take map number 1 by a great clutch at that P2 HP.
Close games, man. We're going to have a lot of that coming through. But Syndicate do find themselves on top of Group A. SFT are at 1-1, so a big map number 1 win for SFT, trying to get to that 2-win mark at least by the end of the day. Meanwhile, over towards our main broadcast, again, we're dealing with two teams that do find themselves at the top of Group B, both of them 2-0. Diverse actually hold a better overall map differential, but only barely. Now we jump into an Invasion triple-decker as we have the Search Control and the Following Hardpoint all here. And I think the biggest thing about Boston was they didn't just look good in Respawn yesterday, Jay. They put on a World Star masterclass against Convoy with a very quick, 4 minutes and 46 seconds of game time on the High-Rise Surge. And that was 6 rounds in a row after they dropped the first. So we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, they dominated yesterday in every aspect. But I think their main focus today is making sure we're shutting down 0-4, because he dropped 16 in the Game 5 yesterday versus NYSL Academy to clutch on up and make his team go 2-0 on day 1. But Boston Academy going to be the team on the attack, a 2-2 split, making sure no one's going to get aggressive up on the map, try to catch them off guard as they're just playing for the info to start.
He does see one. There is a player nearby, but that was 0-4 who kind of backs off. Neum up top. Good for one. Doesn't quite get the follow-up shots onto Sean. He has him probably a bullet, but trades are through. We go 3v3.
That's insane how Shawnee's able to win that gunfight up close and personal with the MCW. My gun does not kill like that, but that's 0-4 taking down Cammy. Now you're going to get aggressive up through Broken. You know the rest of the players from Boston Academy are going to be trapped in towards Cafe. You get the info onto Yeez. You're able to back him down, but that bomb does get planted. Still an opportunity here for Boston.
And Shawnee knows that Ryan's playing around the back. Yeah, really well read by Shawnee. A couple of shots went towards his direction on the cross through the waterside street. So now you got a 2v2. Yeez playing essentially a 1-for-1 corner. Tries to sniff out to see where exactly the first defenders are, with Shawnee playing so deep away from the bomb. And now it leaves him in a 1v2 situation. Paul gets tagged up, smoke goes down, and Shawnee just gets caught trying to mantle through the barricade. So easy defuse situation comes out, and Diverse will take the first round.
Yeah, that was just a tough position for Shawnee to put himself in. He was probably expecting his teammate to die the way that he did, but once you know that you don't have cafe control, you don't have mid-tank, and Paulux is able to spot you towards the backside of this fire truck, he's probably going to be instantly hopping that bomb, so you have to try to make a play happen, and Paulux just catches him off guard. Has Diverse take the first round off the back of the first blood from Neum. Hold strong on defense.
Okay. See how this one follows up. And I will say, just kind of to put a note in for it now, Diverse looking to get a little aggressive there on the defense for a time, right off the rip. And again, this was a squad that we really did give a lot of credit to for playing at the same tempo and aggression that a lot of our long-standing vets had. 0-4 had seen Yeez cross. That's a lot of valuable information as well, because Yeez is trying to play forward. There's the follow-up information on Cammy, and surely this bomb will swing away from B and look towards A.
Yeah, you just can't waste that much time to try to contest over towards Broken. Checking every single corner, potentially not finding a trade, but right up the middle, Mac works even better as 0-4 with the pistol. Gets the hit marker with the nade and full sends it to find the first blood on the pentagram. Should be a free A bomb plant. Yeah, Shawnee trying to contest for the left street, but that bomb's going down. 4v3 on the retake.
Tough situation to break through because they still know Yeez is stuck over here.
Yep.
Paul will confirm that information and then back away. No need to overchow anything. Yeez now seen at mid-map, and this is just find Yeez. I mean, literally everyone's looking for him. Kills come through. Nice shots from Ryan over to Shawnee through the fire truck. And that means that Cammy is now on his lonesome. Clean shots for the first. Being shot at from behind it. I don't know if he fully realized it. And yeah, I think that was the player who finished the last couple of shots needed. So 2 rounds in a row here for Diverse. Good start for him.
Yeah, that's a great start. You start off early on your attack. You get the info. At least one player already pushed out towards Broken. Also one player on the backside of E-Tank. So it has to be a 2v2. At least a 2-2 split. But once you get that first blood through the middle of the map by putting Pentagram one shot with the frag, you instantly put the bomb down. You also got the info on Shawnee, so everyone is accounted for. Just a very easy round right there for Diverse to pick them apart with the info they gained.
See if we get that same aggression here for Diverse with 2 players on a 3-0 start.
Got trophy systems this time around.
Yeah, I was
so
going to say, you've got a couple of opportunities to deny information here. A little crossfire setup here, though, at mid. No one really looking down the A side of the street. Meanwhile, Diverse have a double stack over on top of the B site. So if Boston get a read on this, they will have a pretty vacant A site, with the only exception being Paul watching this cross.
Yeah, but it's still Neum in a very, very crucial position. Right around the corner from Yeezy. He's playing a nice little corner in towards DVD, but he's getting all those sound cues, and Paulux is getting the info that they're in Cafe. The nade does come. It does get the info onto Paulux. You have a player one shot. You go for the commitment, and that's where the crossfire is just too strong. Neum with the SMG in hand finds 2.
Yeah, I love that setup. It does require a lot of trust, I'll tell you that much.
Yep.
But it works out perfectly. Neum right behind, gets his 3rd in the round, and wow. I mean, it's one of those things that's like, they're not getting too cute with anything.
Nope.
Like, I love just, it's a very methodical, very clinical setup. You know what you have to do, and as long as everyone does their job, it should work out fine, and this time it absolutely does.
Yeah, that's just good teamwork. Like you said, great trust from Paulux and Neum. Just say, I'm going to eat this nade. He's probably going to slide out and play for the trade, and Neum knew exactly what the game plan was. He finds 3 on the round. And now that leaves the Diverse being up 3-0. Not making any mistakes so far in this search and destroy. Do they try to play on the attacking side off the info? No, a lot better if you find the first blood across the map. Ryan with the beams.
Cammy able to at least keep this in level terms, 3v3. Aggressive play out of Shawnee, and catches not 1 but 2, and well transferred. Takes down both without too much cause for concern. Neum now last one left alive, does have the dead sounds plus the bomb, and some really good shots onto Shawnee, but this would be a near miracle. Cammy tagging him through the wood. That will be enough to find the first round for Boston.
Yeah, that one just catches Diverse off guard. They're probably expecting main AR. That guy is still going to be holding down A Street, but this time Shawnee changed the pace up, gets super aggressive up through the water side, and is able to find the perfect timing to take down 2, make it a 1v3, even though he does drop. Neum positioning now known. No cruise missiles to be earned. Boston Academy make the adjustments on defense, finally secure 1 round on the board. But now they're going back to defense, and if I'm Boston, I'm using my SMGs to my advantage. Neither one of those guys have a kill. Like, let's just force send it one way, play our trades.
Absolutely the case. You just got to find them to get some value somewhere, even if it is, like you said, finding free kills. Smoke out early. That's 0-4 who smokes himself a bit further forward. And a couple of days for Boston did get tags right behind the smoke, but they may not know for sure that it's Neum that they hit. Paul steps up just a touch, and no!
Oh, man.
0-4 gets both. Just not what you want to see. And now Bomb is down, and Boston are in a miserable position.
Yeah, this is tough now because both of your SMGs drop. Now you have MCWs trying to slide into Broken. 0-4 is actually going to commit towards the gunfight and try to send it onto Cammy. Get some bad timing with the nade, and Cammy makes him pay for it with the pistol. As he now finds himself on 3. Boston Academy still in a manageable position, but Neum's already on that deep pinch.
Yeah, just know where he goes here. Got to find one, got to find it quickly. There's the information, and yep, perfect. I mean, it's just, these guys, first time in Challengers, a lot of the results at this point have not been great. Most of them 18, 19 years old. And they're playing like some of the cleanest search and destroy that we've seen all year so far. This is perfect.
It's probably where they came from, you know? S&D scene. I feel like all the players nowadays start off in S&D. If you start off in S&D, that's already a great foundation for you to potentially become a pro player because that's 2 out of 5 game modes that we have in every single series. Then the respawns is about learning it as a collective unit. They fall short of map number 1, but their S&D has been stellar. We're talking about individual playmakers making plays. But when the teamwork needs to be on display, we saw it in the previous defensive round with the crossfires through mid. Diverse, they are knowing exactly what they need to do when it comes to search and destroy so far.
Yeah, I mean it really is fun to watch, and it's just
such a young team too, man. Like it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen like this.
Exactly. Information for Cammy over the middle. Not much gained, not much earned. Quick play from Yeez, and still just not able to get things going. 0-6 for Yeez. 0-4 for Pentagram. That sub duo who was so electric yesterday. An 0-10 start, not what I had on the bingo card for today.
Yeah, Shawnee also falls as well, trying to be that late flanker again, but the adjustments come in for Diverse. Instantly make it a 4v2. The shots from 0-4 with that Rival 9. It's able to take down Cammy. Pentagram finally puts one on the board, but it's in a 1v4 scenario, and 0-4 is already taking ground. Lines it up with the Rival. Little dance around the white truck, and Diverse. 5 rounds in a row, man. These guys are dominant right now in S&D.
Wow. I mean, this is exactly what Boston did to Convoy yesterday.
Yeah.
It's quite literally shoe on the other foot. This is unreal to see, man. The tempo, the speed, everything working in cohesion. It's like poetry right now. An absolute symphony of search and destroy coming out of the side of Diverse. At 6-2, 4-3, 9-2, 3-2. I mean, everyone's just hanging out having a good time. It just feels like they can do no wrong.
They simply cannot. Now, if you are Boston Academy, you're down 5-2-1. You need to play perfect S&D from this point on. And it all starts by opening up with the first play. But Paul, as you can tell, he's playing with the utmost confidence. Tries to get the first kill through the street side, but it leads to Neum with the beams, finding one through Cafe.
Wow. Just doesn't seem like, again, they're missing. They could do anything even remotely close to a mistake, although Semtex lands. Yeez follows up for a trade. So for one of the first times to this point, Boston do have numbers. Paul, good timing on this check. Shawnee completely caught with his pants down. Bomb will still be committed for the plant, though. So we'll get a 2v2 post plant. Paul checking for the exit. Couple of tags, but the smoke will evade anything further, and now we'll reset.
Yep, 2v2 now. And you know, with that smoke grenade, there's definitely no auto aim. Don't want to fully commit towards that fight. But the repositioning right now from Boston Academy in a great spot. Ryan unfortunately takes down Paul, but he was going to drop anyways. Now turns to a one-on-one. Pentagram versus Ryan.
Oh, the shot's just at range. Too clean. Doesn't really give him a chance to take it. So, okay. Maybe something there. You get a couple of trade-away kills after the aggression from Diverse was essentially countered and a little bit extra thanks to the Semtex. But you also commit to getting the bomb down in a pretty, I would say, again, tepid situation. I mean, you lose Shawnee on Water Street. Like, you could get challenged, but that split-second decision-making of we're still going to hold this works out nicely.
And now if you are Boston Academy, I want to see just a complete pace change on defense because it's been multiple rounds now where the SMG is trying to slide into Broken, trying to slide into DVD. Let's force them to beat us on this round by getting the bomb down, even if it's a 4v4 retake.
Lots of names over the top, and Shawnee, he has a trophy, just doesn't elect to place it. Lucky to be alive, I'll say. Only gets this one stun. You also got a player behind him in the form of Cammy that I'm sure was also tagged by some of that. Pentagram feeling the pressure with an MCW. We'll go check the outer side at Water Streets. I don't think he saw 0-4 initially, but sees him here. Doesn't make much of a difference, though. First blood already tallied, and Diverse are still looking over towards the safe side.
Oh, it's good shots. Not able to finish the kill. Ryan's able to find his second. Alongside Paulex, who got the first blood, but it's instantly a 2v3. Bomb still not yet getting planted. The timing for Paulex doesn't work out the best, as Yeez finds his second of the map. Turns into a 2v2 with only 40 seconds left. They're playing for these fights.
And they're taking them, and they're still winning them. Neum, 1v1 with Pentagram. Off the regen. Did Pentagram see him cross? It doesn't look like it, but he is stuck in a bit of a corner where Neum would have to clear out Bust. Wait, what? I mean, I can understand you may know what side of the map he's on, but to go that far to check every single corner that deep? Unreal awareness from Diverge. They'll take the map.
Turns to a one-on-one, but obviously your teammate just died to this guy. So you probably watch a little bit of the kill cam. You're able to spot what he's able to do after, and unfortunately, Pentagram doesn't decide to switch up his spot. But that was a diverse map from start to finish, man.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, Boston were able to take a couple rounds, but just the way the diverse are playing. Individual players were making plays happen. 0-4 with the SMG, Neum with the SMG around Cafe, and even when they had to show teamwork, crossfires through the middle of the map, everything was just clicking right there for diverse in that search and destroy. There's a little bit of a late start for Pentagram and Yeez. Too late to spawn on in as they lose the search and destroy. And now we have a 1-1 series between two teams who are 2-0, man. This W right here is for 3-0, basically guaranteeing yourself at playoffs. This is what you want.
Yeah, Gary, it should, and that's just one of the things. Unless there's some situation, we've got multiple teams at 3-2, but even then, it's just not likely that would happen between more than 4 teams. So, should be, I would say, one of those things. You win this series, you put yourself at top 3-0 up. You should be feeling pretty comfortable about your ability to at least make playoffs. If not, find a way to come out as the #1 seed, which is pretty also crucial when you're dealing with a lot of teams that are dealing with tiebreakers to get in from the other groups. So, we'll talk about that when we get to the final couple of days, but we do have, again, more matches that are happening. We'll take a look into see what's going on with SFT and Syndicate. Currently 4-1 to SFT after their 250 to 249 win. Gunzy no kills to this point, and Journey's now by himself, and we just got quick search and destroys all over the place.
Oh, Syndicate, they're probably still feeling that heat of map #1, losing a game 250 to 249. Down now 5-1 in the search and destroy. They could not shake it off. As Fish Tacos, again, they must have had a lot of Fish Tacos tonight because they are not messing around. Up 5-1 in the search and destroy. Pretty sure Welly is sitting at 9-2 on an 8 streak. Oh, this guy just activated Takeover. He's got a cruise as well.
Yeah, I'll say. Wow, dude. Unreal stuff. Flat out. I'm telling you, Welly played great yesterday as well, man. He's a player to keep your eye on after a 1.5-year hiatus from competing. It's looking mighty fine for Sam Welly. SGP looking to make a play over through Freezer's side. Oh, awkward gunfight. Gunzy just kind of bunny hopping in the corner. Eventually secures his first kill. But trades come through. Welly in a bit of trouble, but does step away as the trophy system eliminates a lot of the incoming utility.
And now this opens up the side for SGP. Syndicate are going to put it down in the 3v3 scenario, but at the same time, Welly has already found himself behind enemy lines. Finds the timing, pushes through Broken Street. His teammates are just holding the position, waiting for Welly to make a call on.
There it is. Doesn't need to call that one out. It's an easy first elimination. Does he see anything more? Exotic helps out to make sure Journey's kill is traded away. Gunzy looking to make his play in towards Sofa. Chal is on. Exotic predicted. Well done here by Gunzy. Knows that Welly's still playing on the outside for the 1v2. Gunzy actually still commits to this, and Welly puts him to bed. Oh no, had the clock to play with if you wanted to. Welly says maybe you shouldn't have taken that challenge, and it's 10 in a row for Welly to finish off a 6-1 surge. Unreal performance.
He just made plays, man. He knew exactly what the situation was. All right, cool. Everyone's contesting over towards Cafe. We were able to find a trade, make it a 3v3. And now you don't have any positioning over towards Cafe, so we decide to push through Broken. Well, he finds the timing, is able to work his way behind Mannequin, take down the first, and then in the 1v1, just completely play the mind games right there. Because Gunzy's probably thinking, all right, he's probably going to be playing sight, potentially wrapping back towards Freezer. But with Welly being as hesitant as delayed he was towards that fire truck, he times it perfectly to win the one-on-one, secure the search and destroy, and I go up 2-0 in the series.
Man. And that's, again, we don't really have the ability to track the stats fully, but I would have to imagine that Welly's one of our top KD leaders through the first, now 3 games. He's been looking real tight all the way throughout yesterday and so far here in this matchup versus, again, the team at top of the group. looking really solid again. So unreal stuff. Here's a reminder of what the standings look like. We were kind of verbally going through it, but this is important to note. I think in particularly look at the teams that are 0-2. We said this at the top of the broadcast. You got to win out, essentially, to make sure you guarantee yourself no tiebreakers to get into playoffs. Otherwise, if you can take 2 of your last 3, you're going to start doing a lot of hoping and wishing that some teams above you drop some very crucial tiebreaker situation maps moving forward. So a very crucial day. This is what we always say, this is probably the most important day in terms of Challengers Elite group stage, just because you finish off 4 of your 5 games. You don't want to be in a position to only have 1 left to kind of determine your future. So control it here by having a 2-0 day if you're especially at the bottom of the leaderboard.
And now for both of these teams, we're sitting at 2-0, trying to go 3-0. All tied up at 1 in this series. Usually found a lot of pressure to start off over towards A, but Diverse said, nope, we're not going to contest that. Potentially go for Deb. We're going to get the easy one out the way and attack over towards B. As Pollux with the snap, unfortunately can't finish the fight, but that first segment is about to get complete. And Boston Academy a little bit delayed to this push.
First tick already locked. 0-4, just kind of looking to see where the next challenge is going to come through. Nades do land. That have made Cammy's kill very simple to collect. Ryan steps away, goes up top. Able to find 1, but there is a lot more around him. Does have some assistance here, though, and it looks like for the most part, Diverse are going to get out of spawn without too much contest from Shawnee. Yeah, he gets shut down, so now with the eliminations on the zone, this should be the B zone pretty much done and dusted unless Pentagram and Yeez can find a way to recover. Yeah,
how aggressive did they decide to play on this, though? Because you know that every single player from Diverse are on this side of the map. We're not going to try to attack him from the front. Hopefully our attacks are able to help us in this situation, but trophy systems still have not been placed. The stack is now in. Time is going to be extended by a minute. So Boston Academy more focused on just playing the exit kills, setting up around that next point, as you already have Shawnee all the way up the Water Street.
Yep, a couple of kills will allow Diverse to hold on to a marginal life lead, but like you mentioned, it's all about making sure that Shawnee does not become a major problem. And the information is there. It's Ryan and Shawnee kind of squaring off with each other at range, while at the flip side, Cammy's trying to deal with this Diverse push through. And he may have actually kind of broke the timing here, or has he? Paul finds him. Kills will come through, and for the most part, the status kind of remains the same. You've got Diverse on one side of the map trying to play through spawn kills, and Boston on the other doing the same thing.
Yeah, but the only thing is that was 0-4 who was able to slip right by Shawnee and get in towards the points. So he's able to pause the game clock. You also have Neum, who worked his way all the way behind Gas. So it's still a single person on the point, not a double stack. Neum still trying to be the cutoff man, but that's already the first segment done. Shawnee, your job is to get these players off spawn. Hopefully your teammates are able to find the kills on towards the point, but they cannot find anything. It's a one-on-one. Pentagram last player up. The trade should be in. Neum making plays. Here goes the double stack.
And look at where the spawns were for the first 2 members for Boston. They were so deep. So now it's the first 2 ticks. Third already being worked on. Yeez takes care of Paul X, and they should be able to cross on. It just comes down to can you find the eliminations. Pinstripe goes to kill feed, and Shawnee saves the day. Pentagram right there with him, but Shawnee's double makes sure that last little bit of progress gets thwarted.
And now you can't let anyone slip on by, because one mistake is all Diverse need to capitalize on this moment. Bollocks finds a kill through mid AS&D. Also snaps onto the second. Reads the third, but can't finish it with the Renetti. It's already great work right there from Boston Academy to maintain the map control through the middle side. Now you're going to force all of Diverse to hit the overextension, but Size Neum trying to make another play, but unfortunately the team kill is going to shut him down.
And that team kill is actually pretty important because that stops their ability to move in towards the A zone, and it keeps the life differential pretty darn even. 0-4 still able to keep it at a 2 life gap. And still put some pressure on the Boston spawns, but Shawnee has slipped through again on the water side of the map. And I'm telling you, man, Neum and 0-4 have some next level awareness, as there's also the expectation towards Cammy moving through the side of Mannequin. Neum follows up, 10-3 for him as a starter, and still finding more kills. 7 plays up against 3, but there's only 13 seconds on the clock. You've got to find a way to stop it, get onto the point. In Boston, even though they only have 3 lives, they're finding the kills that matter to make sure Diverse don't get into the zone. Pentagram, last one standing. Cammy on the long cross does well. 1 second on the clock, and Diverse will not be able to stall out to keep that life lead for win condition.
Oh, Boston Academy ice up towards the very end. Obviously, taking out Neum was a big one. But with the players coming off spawns a little bit frantic, at least you had Shawnee, the safety net, again, pushed out towards the Water Street. He finds a couple kills, or at least gives the information to his teammates on where they're applying this pressure. But with only 15 seconds left, that was their last hoorah. If they found the kills at the right time, that round was going to be theirs. But Boston Academy able to clutch on up, secure their first defense, but they do give up 5 segments, so that's going to be in the back of their mind. We have to make up for that.
Absolutely. But still, the heroics, typical to say the least. Pentagram through mid-map. No trophy to keep him safe, so he will be damaged and eventually dealt with. Yeez able to find one, but Niam's already through, and they don't know where he had gone off to. Finally, there's at least a look at him, and clean shots from Yeez will put him to rest. Follow up! Oh my, Yeez. I'm telling you, this guy just doesn't know how to back out of a gunfight. He says, you want to chow me? We'll take that.
I respect it. You know, I respect it. It's either it's hitting or it's missing.
It's true.
And unfortunately, in that search and destroy, it was definitely missing, but he's trying to make up for it here. As the first segment is about to get complete, Pentagram finds the timing, finds the opening. With that rival, he's able to take down 2 and almost snaps for the 3rd, but he said, don't worry, I got you, pal. As now he's able to be aggressive with that SMG. He finds another in through the EVD. Just got to continue to be a nuisance the way that you are if you are Pentagram.
Extra 60, pretty much a guarantee. Decent shots, but Niam gets the read early. He's up top trying to find the trade, and wait a second, Diverse may actually try to go for this. Did they get here in time to even chow? There's the contest. Ryan gets the first, looking for the second up top. Yeez is now all of a sudden the last one left here. No depletion as of yet, so a couple of kills will likely be able to secure this B zone, and that will be the case. Paul nearby will find one elimination, but the extra 60 eventually gets tacked on.
And I thought that would have been an opportunity where Boston Academy, you get all the info. They're still applying pressure over towards B. Shawnee, who was slowly working his way up to the water side, I would have liked to see him be more aggressive up towards that A point. But he's waiting for his teammates to make the plays happen as Yeez gets info on at least 2 players. Shawnee sprints right into the point. Time is now at a pause.
Shallow over the middle of the map, dealt with very cleanly. Also gets a read onto Niam. Oh, the second bounce will keep Shawnee away from finding a double down kill, and that with that, the first tick of progress not locked nor confirmed to this point. Diverse not on the zone yet either, though, so it won't be depleted to this point, and it's going to be a lot of gunfights coming through the middle of the map to try to follow up.
Yeah, and that just goes back to, like, Shawnee doesn't fully have to commit towards that fight, especially with that player attacking from your spawn area. You have a couple players coming all spawn. All you have to do is basically watch your front. If they were in a position to find that kill. But now you're forced to hit the reset, and so far it's working out great. You're able to find 2 kills. Already have a lot of mid-map control, but you have to eliminate these last couple of players in towards Cafe to actually get a good push on it.
Good shots from Cammy. Great shots from Cammy. Pistol out does not really get a good look at Ryan, though. Pentagram not in a position to immediately follow up, but eventually tracks him down, and then just an easy cross into the zone. He's got help, too. You've got Shawnee watching on the long cross, and Pentagram will use the team shots as a way to get the first, predicts the second, but Niam clean shots, tricks him away, and once more, the first tick of progress not confirmed.
Dude, every single time, Niam is just making a 2-piece after 2-piece, and he finds one in Cafe. He leads to another one, and he's not slowing down. He is having such a great read on the way Boston Academy are trying to attack on their attacking grounds. As he already earns himself a cruise missile, now he's on a 4 streak, and you have everything cut off towards the left side. Unfortunately, get some bad timing there. And that's 2 there for Boston, and they have mannequin control. This is an opportunity.
Just down to Ryan inside the zone. Help from Paul afar, and there's another follow-up elimination. So Pentagram's in. He's got help with him. It's a triple stack that's on the way. Third pick of progress could very well be in play here if the kills don't come through. First one gets locked.
No!
Shawnee for a triple. That should be the second. Just stay down. Get the second tick. Tie up at least a tick progression. He doesn't have any help, though, is the issue here. 12.1 on the clock. Aid's not landing, but Yeez gets to the middle of the map, and he may be able to get behind this. Shawnee does drop, but Yeez, great transfer. It's just down to can they do what they were unable to stop the last time around. Get onto the zone. 0-4 dealt with. Last life is Ryan, and he will be shut down. So Boston will get the offensive round through eliminations, but we've had some fire here to finish off these offenses.
And they were able to at least tie it up in the segments as well, but what a clutch up round right there from Boston. Once they got 4-piece by Niam through Cafe, I thought it was done and dusted, but they time it perfectly with a couple team shots, one from Dark, one from A Street. You take him down, and at the same time, they found a second player in towards Cafe. There's only 2 guys left on the point, but the fact that Shawnee was able to walk away with a 2-piece, stay alive long enough, he was the only player on that side. The rest is diverse. They just played it too slow. You have to be more aggressive when there's one player on the point.
I totally agree with you. Maybe just kind of a misread in terms of maybe they thought Boston was trying to funnel up street side instead of what was coming through mid. So again, I'm sure they'll look back at it and say lesson learned. But problem is, Boston's now up 2-0, and you've got to find a way to win at least one offense, probably going to be 2. as Yeez is starting to put together some streaks. Now 4 in a row, 5 clean, and 0-4 gets absolutely melted, plus the read under Ryan, but can't quite land the shots needed. And with that, the first take gets locked for Diverse with the second on the way.
Second already working. Pentagram knows I'm the only guy on this side of the map. I don't really want to contest it, especially the rival 9, but who knows? He knows better than I do. Finds at least 1 kill. Unfortunately, does get traded, so now that's 3 dead. And if you are Diverse, time is now extended by a minute. You're currently up by 2 lives, and you have a lot of map control. If you are Boston Academy, you got to iron up. You got to get these fights.
Yeah. Neum, okay. Whether you recall or he saw part of Pentagram before he went prone. And then, wow, snap over towards Cammy, but the rival at that range bested by the MCW. Paul still holding over towards Laundry's side, which Cammy will clear. The only real question is do they have a body on 0-4? And yeah, Shawnee gets the read through back gas station. Now Boston off to the races. Straight kills coming through with now Yeez putting pressure on the spawn.
Yeah, now Diverse are all trapped in towards back palace. We cannot waste time to try to wrap back towards that A street. We have to try to overextend. Now falls into the hands of Pentagram. He's the only player on this side of the map currently, but the snap is just too strong. It takes down 1. Time to finesse. Dance around this tree house. He's trying to find the second, but finally the reinforcements are here. Crossfires are abound. That's now 3. Last player up is Paul X, farthest pushed up.
Clean stuff from Boston's defense. No exit for Diverse after this B zone had been captured. Plenty of time on the clock, but the life lead is starting to become significant. Shawnee, oh my goodness. It's just, I don't know what it's been about the last 2 days, Jay. I feel like we've just seen impressive gunfight win after impressive gunfight win. It's not slowing down anytime soon.
They've been playing great.
Unreal.
Obviously, it's been a whole lot of insane gunfights for the last 2 days. But the way, honestly, the way that Cammy has been playing, ever since entering the challenger scene, he's been turning up. 23 and 21. He does get shut down on the 6th tree, and unfortunately, he dies at the wrong time because now all of Diverse are already pushed up in towards Cafe. They have somewhat a streak control, and 0-4 with the snap on the Pentagram is able to pause the game clock.
Yeez can't get across, but Cammy does at least have an opportunity to contest this. Nice shots onto 0-4. Follow up from Shawnee. Good little bait and switch, and that will be enough to push Diverse off the A zone. Last 8 lives, 30 seconds remain, and Diverse are resorting to playing off the long overextension. Yeez is already in place to try to be a contestant of this, and this is going to take so much time if they can't find kills onto Yeez, and yep, he's just going to be annoying. Just get out of there. Just keep your life.
Yeah, this is their last push, though. Their last push, so they're deciding to overextend, push around the back end, but that's already 2, make it 3 in the feed. Farthest player pushed up is going to be Ryan, with only 10 seconds left. That's a GG. Boston are up 2-1.
Wow, that is some polished gameplay and some heroics on top of that in the first 2 rounds in the last closing moments. I mean, what was it, like 3 playing up against 7 on the defensive side, and they had, what, just to kill off 17 seconds? They do that perfectly, and then on their offense, it's almost the exact same situation. And wow, it's just good, again, team mentality and control when you're able to kind of come through the tight moments at the end of a very tough map and find ways to close out key rounds. So that's a tone setter right there. After a very convincing search and destroy from Diverse, it was a 6-2 tally on Invasion. Boston off to the races on their control with a 3-0 win here. Of course, like we kind of already talked about, we will see a 3rd Invasion in a row when they go back to Hardpoint, but you called it 25 and 21 from Cammy. Doesn't even top the damage. It's Shawnee at 19 and 14 with 5,200 damage. Good grief.
Yeah, that guy was just consistently pushing up the left street, putting down pepper shots as they were trying to overextend through B side. And if they wrap back, Shawnee was in the advantage. But I just think that map right there was a full display of experience. We're talking about guys who've been around for a really long time. And in those crucial moments, they do not panic. They knew exactly what was needed in that final second. When it came down to their offensive win, that's what I'm more focused on. Shawnee was able to find 2. But that was already 3 dead. Shawnee had to make a miracle happen just to complete that second segment. But if you're Diverse, you know exactly where they're spawning. All the way across the map. And you have multiple players already in the backside of Mannequin. We just have to fully commit towards taking down Shawnee and towards the point. But the fact that they delay it, they had a couple players pay for a couple cutoff kills. Like, that's not the way you want to do it. That leads to Boston Academy taking the only attacking round that they needed. They clutch up on both defenses. Now they're up 2-1 in this series. And just the way that they've been playing on respawns, definitely a lot more polished.
Yeah, without question. And again, just to kind of go back to it from yesterday, the Invasion hardpoint between Boston and Convoy, 250 to 118, and I'm surprised that Convoy got past the 100-point mark with how convincing Boston were for like 3 straight hills. So it's not exactly what I would call promising fortuitous things coming forward here for Diverse. It's not to say that they haven't been competing, because obviously they have been, but it does feel like the respawn for Boston is really clicking so far today.
And I just think, like, as we take a look at our maps and modes, again, we have another invasion, like we said. And if it's anything based off of the last two invasions, obviously one being Search and Destroy, but more focused on the respawn, I really think that Ryan, who I've been hearing a lot about, he's got premium gas from one of the best ARs to ever touch the game in Octane. He tells him that he has a beamer. Unfortunately, he throws up the Funkadunk in that map number 3, and that cannot happen on a map like Invasion, because there's so many long-distance gunfights that you need to be set up for, and you need to be winning. So he has to have a bounce back on this map number 4 if they want to force game 5.
The Funk-a-Dunk. Combination of words I don't think I ever would have imagined you saying out loud, but I am here for it. We do have, again, our secondary match still going on. They're in the control as well, so we'll tune in to see how that's going over on the Bravo stream. SFT has been all over this series so far. A lot of it coming out of Welly. He's having another good start to this map, 17-14, but you can't say anything negative about anyone on SFT. They are looking real clean, as it looks like they're going to clean up this defense without much cause for concern.
Yeah, this is a headlock. 16-4 in lives remaining, made it 15-3. With only 23 seconds left, you see players are barely even moving. Major Maniac's not having the best map, but he's taking his sweet time, and unfortunately the timing doesn't work out. As Welly potentially is ending this round on 5, but Deceptions finds the final. SFT seem to be very, very strong on that defensive setup to hold it down at A.
It's really interesting. I don't know if there's any value into this conversation point, but I do think there's something to be said about how these teams prepare from one day immediately into another, because there's not a lot of time, right? Like last night we got wrapped at like, what, 11 o'clock? So you've got overnight to kind of think about some stuff. I'm sure you sign on maybe an hour or two before scrims to start talking over, okay, this went wrong, that went wrong, we got to try to fix this, or maybe even watch some of the VOD. And then you only have a couple of hours to really prep for it before you have to get ready to go for your actual matches that night. But SFT, as good as they looked yesterday, they're looking better right now. And they're playing up against, I would argue, a tougher opponent based on the results we had from day one. So really good kind of adjustments out of SFT overnight was what I would kind of evaluate.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I was watching the majority of these guys still play ranked as soon as the elite matches has ended. Pro Armor is like Haggie's best friend. Those guys grind until 3, 4 in the morning every single night. 4 stacks galore. They give me headaches, but they do not get off the game. They enjoy the toy, and that's why it's showing so far in this series. I just think if you are SGP Syndicate, it just came down to that search and destroy. The fact that you're losing your bread and butter mode, a mode that got you through a lot of series yesterday, and now you find yourself down 0-2, going up against probably a better respawn team currently. They just need to figure it out. They need to figure it out quick, because even though you're sitting 2-0, you can still lose 3 matches in a row to not make playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Gunzy over the top of the A zone has Pro Amar kind of stuck in a corner. And, well, this has gone pretty poorly here for SFT after all the praise we just gave them. Defense very significantly pushed up on towards this B zone. Journey at a nice little cheeky spot to make sure no one slips through. Major Maniac does get turned away, but the follow-up good from Journey as he's now on 3 in a row, and there's only 33 seconds remaining.
And I'm really curious to see what the segment count is, because that defense in round number 5 is going to be a really crucial moment for whoever's going to have it. But it's still an opportunity, just in case SFT decide to overextend and go through A. It's going to fall into the hands of one player in Gunzy who's coming off spawn. Pro MR with a big one-on-one through the middle of the map as well, so they have an opportunity to still get on A.
Yeah, sure do. Just comes down to will there actually be an attempt here for Exotic to work out. Cruz on 4 in a row. Impressive quick gunshots come out. And actually, the clock will stop on the B zone. Exotic catching 1 on rotation. Can he get a second? No, not to happen. And with that, the follow-up kills for Syndicate absolutely perfect. So, wow, a very convincing defense after what I thought was going to be pretty much a straight headlock that wasn't going to get bested in the previous. And, yeah, we don't know what the tick progression looks like. So we're going into this round 5 a bit blind, but both teams putting up some really resounding defensive structure.
And you would take that if you are a Syndicate, because you don't allow a single segment. So that was one of those shutout rounds that potentially earn you defense in round number 5. As we're going into the final, sides are switching. Nobody's twitching. As we're into the round 5, and yeah, it's going to be SGP on defense. Exactly what they needed to do. You shut them out on defense. You don't allow any segments. Basically, you're guaranteeing yourself round 5 defense every single time. So they have a minute 30. Cruz currently on a 5 streak. Great shots across the map to potentially earn that Cruz, but it's exactly the situation you want to be in.
Good nades over the top on the A defense as well. Journey keeping his life. Gunzi watching the crossover towards the old first hard point. Nice shot response, though, from Pro Amar. But I mean, barely even an angle. But Journey steps forward, and that will make sure that any threat towards A is completely dealt with. Nice secondary gunfight under Pro Amar as well, just pushing right on through, and SGP back onto their devious ways defensively.
Yep, SGP holding on, shutting down that 8-point. Now you're allowing Major Maniac to put himself in a nice little position to get a couple freebies, overextending up the street side, but they read him perfectly. Pro Amar actually wrapped back to try to contest him, as that B point is now going to get captured. All tied up in lives, but you still see SGP contesting on the right side. That's already 3. You find his trade on deception. Ooh. Great beat down right there from Gunzi. Everyone now coming off small.
The problem is Journey is waiting for them, and there's no overextension really available. And you've even got Cruz kind of filling the gap in the middle of the map. So it has to be, elimination onto Journey, and no trophy system means that the nades will eventually take him out of the picture. Follow-up kill records in the middle of the map, and hold on a second. These are 3 incredibly well-timed kills for SFT. A chance to streak across the map quickly. Gunzi kind of stuck inside of A at the moment, and kills continue to come through for Space Fish Taco. Last one left to deal with is Gunzi, and as he drops, Exotic will not quite be able to stay tall on the A zone. Everything resets. We're at a 1-life deficit.
And now if you are Pro Amar, you just want to take your time. You're in a very, very crucial spot. Welly does find a kill, so now that's 2 dead. You're going to start to apply the pressure, and the beams are not missing right now for Pro Amar. So he finds himself on 5 in a row. You see the spawns for SGP. They're all the way across the map. Let's just stack the damn point.
2 players on. A couple of kills on the outside, though, means that these 2 have to essentially keep their lives nice and tight and safe. First tick locked, second on the way. Here comes the full surround. Lots of the utility being denied by the trophy, but it eventually fades away. Welly in the corner goes unpredicted. Crossing shots are decent. Exotic just waiting for the regen. Follow-up shots now with his teammates a part of the picture. Should be good for another immediate stack. There's no one nearby to touch this defensively, and SFT get on the zone not once, but twice with the 3-man stack, and that's enough to get all zones captured.
That's just a really, really tough breakdown right there from SGP. We're talking about getting a clean 4 dead once Gunzi finds that beat down and Tor's broken. But the fact that he drops by not being able to get behind cages, he falls first. And then Journey, the next safety net pushed up all the way up the water side, he actually turns the corner and commits towards a gunfight with no trophy systems around all these damn cars. So a nade is going to be able to take you down. So that's already 2 farthest players pushed up. They both drop. So Pro Amar, the rest of the squad, works up through the middle of the map. You basically trap SGP in towards the back end, and they are forced to now iron up off spawn. And that's when SFT just needed to time those second wave of kills together, and they stack it towards the very end, and they were able to close out the series in 3. What a bounce back, because they went 1-1 yesterday.
1-1
walk away with a 3-0 today. Oh, you're feeling confident sitting now at 2-1.
Thing was, SFT was one of our many teams that quite literally went every single map. They had 10 maps played yesterday, 2 different map finds.
Grinders.
Yeah, absolutely. And then like you said, they stepped on and went and played, grinded on ranked more. So I mean, just continuing to just try to get better. And today it looks like the work had paid off. 3-0 of Syndicate. That will thrust them towards the top of the leaderboard just based on the map differential, let alone the fact that now they're 2-1. With a tiebreaker situation over the top of SGP Syndicate. So, yeah, really good stuff there for SFT overall. I'm impressed, man. And it's, again, I hate to sit there and say, like, we had expectations because they were well-founded off of stats and history because, let's be honest, there's been 2 cups and 1 major. Yeah. And, you know, it's hard to get a full read, but from places that I would not have expected it, am I being most impressed right now with this Challengers Elite in North America? Pro Amar, a player that has been floating around, has having a breakout year, flat out. I mean, he's looked great, so I'm impressed.
That guy's different, man, I'm telling you. And I'm not saying that because he be slamming me in ranked. Like, you can just tell when a player is pretty decent. Positioning-wise, the way he sets himself up, the way he assists his teammates, he's everywhere on the map right now. And it's probably because he has a great coach in Haggy, a guy who's a world champion. They play every single night. And if he continues to play like that, continues to develop as a player, I can't see anything stopping this guy because he has the beams, he has the braid, all the full package for that young man.
Totally fair. Well, with that, again, we're still kind of in the middle of all of the North American action. We'll try to give you guys updates as more start to come through across the other matches that we don't have any observers in, because I imagine we're going to be surprised a lot again today. It just seems to be par for the course, generally speaking, when it comes to anything Challengers Elite or our Boston a diverse game. We're still waiting on that map 4 to get started, but that's a huge one in terms of how you can stay on top of their group, because Group A is now all of a sudden a little bit more up for grabs. But before we get back into it, we'll send things off off to a brief break and come back with more North American Elite right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the delay, but hey, we still have some action to finish up. We had some lobby issues with the Boston Academy and Diverse map number 4, but it looks like everyone is ready to go. So we'll finish off this triple dose of invasion that we've been building up towards all throughout this series. The big issue here is that, hey, Diverse, look great in the search, but they have not really held a candle to Boston in the respawn yet, Jay.
Yeah, you got to turn up right here, unless you want to go out in this series. I know that's what they don't want to do, is lose this series here. They want to try to force that S&D. With the way that they played in map number 2, we get to that game 5, the confidence is going to be through the roof. But as we get into this game 4, I think if you're Diverse, obviously the AR's got to play better, but you also got to get clean rotations, because a team like Boston Academy, they're going to be a step ahead every single time. Absolutely
the case. And again, after the clutch up ice on the first 2 rounds of the control, Boston looking pretty clean here to start things off on the breakthrough through P1. Diverse largely making their route over through that long P2 street. Cammy watching at DVD, catches one for free. And I'm sure at that point, alarm bells start to ring that, yep, we need to work on rotation here. Cammy's just doing it himself.
The fact that he's able to walk away with 2, it's already job well done. But you see Diverse, they're trying to flip these spawns. That's why they were getting aggressive up through the left side of your mini-map, pushing up towards Street, pushing up through Broken. They want to try to force all of Boston Academy towards the backside of Palace. But as long as this mid-hill is still popped, and you have a couple players on the back end, they are still continuously going to spawn over towards Gas. So if you are Boston Academy, no need to panic yet. Now you win that first gunfight, you win this second, even better. You take Treehouse control out of the great shots out of Shawnee. And now you have a player going on a pinch. This might be the instant break.
It looks that way. Neum last one left, just dealing with issues on all fronts. Decent kill from Ryan coming off spawn, but like you kind of alluded towards in that last kind of spree that Diverse are trying to do, now all of a sudden Boston have Diverse trapped over towards this Palace side with just 30 seconds remaining. Couple of good kills, though, to be fair, off spawn. Gives a chance for Diverse to maybe even get a look at this hard point scrap time, but Yeez will find another fadeaway elimination, and with that, Boston will kind of concede most of this back 20, at least in terms of their main focus, and play for the rotation to beat Diverse here at 3.
Yeah, you just got to take down 04. He's the only guy on this side of the map. But with those players dropping now, those guys from Boston are going to spawn all the way at Palace. But it was just a 2-on-1. All falls into the hands of Pentagram, and unfortunately, he does fall. So job well done right there from Diverse. To flip the spawns, now set up properly in towards Bathroom Hill, which is usually a great 60 if you can hold it down.
Shawnee from the front does get at least some angle to work with. Make life a little bit difficult. Diverse trying to find their way back into the zone to try to reinforce this, but kills do come through. Cammy working along the back side of the map alongside Yeez. Read nicely by 04, who's now finding himself on 4 in a row. Looking underneath the truck, he finds the 5th. Really well done by 04. One away from the cruise missile. Off the regen, a couple of shots will tag, but no kill to speak of yet, as Diverse will resupply more help into the hard point.
Oh, and 04, he's not missing. Absolute beams onto Shawnee. He's able to finish it and earn that cruise. As now Diverse respond with a full 60 hold over towards Bathrooms. So now you're going to force Boston Academy to rotate over towards P4, where we don't really see a lot of time go to either squad. But somehow, some way, Boston Academy were able to chain a good amount of time off of this hill yesterday. So now that the spawns do flip, you see Diverse, they're probably getting the info thinking that they're still going to spawn over towards Palace. But no, once Paul Lex spawns, now you know. Everyone is going to be towards Gas. We have to eliminate those gunfights to the middle of the map.
Good eliminations over the top here from Boston. Neum playing over towards the big tank. Oh, had a lot of Pentagram in front of him, but doesn't quite finish off the elimination. So back and forth the kills go. And with that, Boston will take some superiority over the middle of the map, forcing Diverse to still spawn Palace side. Cammy watching the cross at Dark. Catches a lot of damage, no full kill. Nade cooked up, but Boston just finesse, stay alive. And this is still, again, a lot of really interesting and I would say just really captivating time that Boston have been able to manage, just kind of finessing in and around DVD, while all the time, meanwhile, Pentagram's just laying prone inside the hard point.
Yeah, Pentagram's just chilling, big chilling behind that motorcycle. While his teammates do get a couple spawns in towards back Palace, they were able to set up a proper pinch and still walk away potentially with this final 10, but it's all going to fall into the hands of Pentagram. Just playing his life, waiting for his teammates to try to get closer up through the minimap. As now, Diverse do have a count. They know exactly where Pentagram is now that he just picks up that kill, but the spawns do flip. So if you are Boston Academy, next set of fights, the hill's yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Just need to find these kills on the players that were up and above the hard point in particular. Ryan now on 4, pistol out, but doesn't win the pistol fight, so Yeez will shut down the potential threat of streaks. Neum into the hard point for the time being as the spawns flip back and forth once again. Tie game here is still 30 seconds to fight for. Paul on the hunt, but Pentagram snaps over, finds the double, and that'll give Boston numbers to try to work back into the hill.
Yeah, but they have to win these next sets of fights versus Neum and 04, who have been able to cut down 3. 04 does fall to the hands of Shawnee, but it's time for Neum to strike. Unfortunately, he's still weak. That stun is too strong.
Unreal.
The nade over the top from Cammy is able to implement that kill. But basically, a tie game all the way at the end of our 5th hard point, going on the reset. And one thing I was really curious about, Alan, was the reason why no one is calling in cruises. But I have the answer. You cannot control them now with this new patch that just came in. If you call those in, they go straight down. So it's basically strictly used for info.
Yeah. Not great. Not what you want, especially considering how hard it
Wow.
can burn. Wow. Unreal off the drop shot. Neum on the other side, clean shots at the rival 9. And I'm telling you, these two guys together, man, they are just peeling people left and right across every map, every mode, it feels like. Still that told, Boston in the hard point will get to a small cushion, just 7 points. With still 25 to play with here on P1. Shawnee able to get taken down from behind, but damage may have been dealt here as Boston just kind of come off spawn and still just flood right through the middle of the map.
They're just spawning right next to each other. Everyone's getting a parallel over towards the gas station. But finally, with Diverse getting the kills that they have found, nope, you're still spawning towards gas. They're trying everything they possibly can to not spawn over towards Palace. But once you get that spawn in 04, now you know we have to sprint on forward. Paulex trying to stay alive over towards blue side. He does fall. So Boston Academy again in another position on the better side to try to find a break in towards P2.
It's really mixy this last, I would say, 90 seconds or so. Finishing off the final hill of P1 and now into this one. It's just been kind of back and forth, back and forth. Couple of good kills from Diverse, but it's immediately countered back. We're going to get essentially what is a 3v2 over the top of this hard point with Boston flooding through Palisade. Good, clean opening shots from Pentagram. Neum stuck kind of in the middle of no man's land. Will only find one, and then Boston now flooding forward right and maybe into the waiting arms of Paulex. He got the first one really fast, and then Shawnee was down to a bullet. Pistol still out. Can't quite turn it into a triple, but the damage has been dealt, and with that, Diverse worked their way right back into the hill.
Yeah, but you're not mad about this if you are Boston. You have the better positioning, you're able to take them off the point even better, but you are going to set yourself up for that bathroom hill, that Diverse were able to get a full 60 on the first go around of that HP. But for how long can they trap them? Because you see Diverse, everyone is overextended. They're trying to push up through Broken side. He's the only cutoff man currently in this position. Cammy now come off spawn. He's here for the assistance. They're still holding on. You see the spawns for Diverse, nowhere close towards bathroom.
Yeah, this is all just, again, creating problems on rotation for Diverse. Shawnee letting a lot of damage down to the front, but Diverse nearly take him out just before he can actually confirm this kill. Ryan is still keeping him away from full HP, but doesn't seem to make much of a difference. The help around the hard point just as good from everybody else. The only one left standing is Paulex. Neum through the middle of the map kind of creates an opportunity, but Cammy right there to fill the gaps again, and Boston start to get their lead back into fashion. Yeah,
it's been a great hold. Just maintaining map control, keeping the kill staggered, not going 2 to 3 dead at the same time. They are going to be able to respond with a 60 of their own over towards bathroom, but now it goes back to the courtyard hill. You see Diverse, they're just trying to get out. They don't want to be the team spawning go towards the backside of Palace, but the way that Boston Academy are currently set up, you have mid-map, you have Bright Street. All you have to do is win these next set of fights, and that hill, or at least the setup that you want, is going to be exactly right in front of you.
Yeah, it's been really interesting, too, I think, just kind of looking at who's been doing well and maybe who hasn't been. Really no standouts on either side up until these last couple of moments. I mean, Neum's still a very healthy 21-16, but Yeez is off of a 4 spree that puts it to 24-19, so those are your top 2 leaders at the moment. Meanwhile, Ryan having a little bit of a tougher time. He's working on it, and on the flip side, Cammy just 15-21. He's getting a lot of damage in, but hasn't been able to confirm kills to this point. Start things off nicely here. Paul trying to follow up off the stun, can only take down one, and Neum right there to capitalize on the damage dealt again. So it's just small changes back and forth. 20 seconds here, 20 seconds there. We essentially still have a tie game.
Yeah, it's cool to get all these kills, but finally someone is able to get into time for at least 5 seconds in towards this P4. Great shots from Neum. 25-17, like you said, just absolutely frying. Doesn't matter if he has a rival 9 or he has an AR in hand. Ryan also stepping up currently on a 3 streak as well. Basically still a tie game, but Diverse, you see them on the preferred side of the map over towards blue. They're going to start off with his initial time, but Pentagram with that opening kill. Now you have free roam. Spam tax through the front. Let's try to bum rush to our front door.
Paul really not a part of this defense, just watching for the cross deep for Diverse. This has to be the players in and around the hard point to lock this down. There's the contest and the potential break on the way. Neum trying to step away to try to find a better gunfight, but not going to work out. And in the same breath, 0-4 also drops. Ryan at least able to find something to trade, but it's going to be hard-pressed, you would think, to still find that as a way to break this up. Boston right back into the hard point from the front, but Diverse quick on the bounce back. Ryan is able to get one. Neum off spawn another. So, okay, again, just a really constant game of tug-of-war still going through.
Yeah, it's just so back and forth. I think the difference between both teams so far is that when Boston Academy are set up properly, they are building layers. Right now for Diverse, they're more focused on just winning the gunfights. Up close and personal, it does not matter, as they have a slight 10-point lead going into the third set of our HPs. 0-4 in a very, very crucial position, already behind enemy lines, finds the first kill, but it's still Boston Academy controlling a majority of that middle map.
Good nades, good stuns. 0-4 almost able to follow up off of his own utility, but once again, just as soon as damage is tallied up, it feels like non-traded kills are rare to come by right now on both sides. Nice clean from Neum, almost gets a good look at Yeez, but it'll just be the damage dealt with 2. Paul inside the hard point. Ryan up and over, able to take care of Cammy. So now a moment where Diverse can really start to build a bit of a cushion here with still focus over towards P2. But I can't say anything for sure here, Jay. As soon as I start to, Boston's right back. It's just a rubber band match at the moment.
It's just a mix, man. It's an absolute mix festival. With only 15 seconds left, Diverse know we cannot be aggressive up towards Broken. We can't try to overextend or at least try to flip these spawns right off the rip. We have to clutch up on these gunfights. But you see the spawn from Neum. Blessed with a free pinch at the same time Yeez is going on a pinch of his own. He gets cut down, and Neum also does get red. So Boston Academy, they are reading all the plays. They are controlling the game. They are in a position to now find a break.
Could not be a tighter full match of hardpoint to this point. Trades everywhere across the map. Diverse still spawning close, but they're getting picked apart on this rotation back over as Cammy's just locking down the lane, but could only find 2 of the needed 3. So now Diverse can work closer and closer to that 250 mark. A fresh trophy also into the hill. Neum on the pinch, able to help out for damage onto 1, but Boston setting up their break, and it's Pentagram for the first 2. 0-4 holding backside Tractor. Boston able to get him out of the hard point for a small time, but Diverse again reinforcing. Boston can't fully break from the front.
Yeah, and I think if you are Boston Breach, your main focus is trying to get to 190. Because if you can get to 190, you get a full 60 hold over towards Bathroom, you can potentially win the game there, but they're going to cut their losses, give up that final 10 to Diverse, and try to repeat the second hold over towards Bathrooms with them being the initial squad. Only 30 seconds left on the game clock, too, as well, Alan. So if you are Boston Academy, it has to come here. You have to have this response. You can take the lead for a little bit, but you cannot win it here. So you have to think a step ahead.
Yep, and you have to do it quickly because we know what P4 looks like. It's often gone to the game clock. So whatever it is, it has to be tight here for the Boston Academy members. Yeez trying to get up top. Paul meeting him with a couple of gunshots that will land. Oh, and Neum nearly slides forward to break the camera at Pentagram, but not able to fully secure much ground to work with. Ryan now around the back through Laundry. Gets the first, but not a lot of help around. Ooh. May not need it, though. Quick shots come through. Cammy able to get traded out, but it's still Boston in the hard point.
Still Boston in the hard point, still holding on. They're trading efficiently. That's now 3 dead in the feed. Now Diverse are in a very, very sticky situation. Everyone spawning over towards Ballas. You're going to lose the lead by a couple points, but you got to at least have one player playing for that P4 time. So it's going to be Neum playing close towards that motorcycle corner. Tie game to 11 points for one team, 12 for another. This is the photo finish we were looking for.
Paul stays alive at mid-tank. 239, 245. Boston can't find much of an entry. Paul doing so much damage, and Yeez, he gets the 1 player out of the hard point, but can Boston get back on? 18 seconds on the game clock. Boston able to stop the game clock for a time being. 246 to 246. Yeez from behind, only able to find 1. Pentagram from the front has to pick his gunfight wisely. Hard point still open. 248, 245. Cammy has the touch, but he's not off the regen, and Diverse will get us to a map 5. A tight one on score, and maybe even a tighter one when it came to how much time was remaining.
Man, that's 2 invasions that we've seen so far today. One went 250, 249. This one 250, 245. But I was asking before the map 4 started, great game plan from Diverse to ice Boston Academy with the long break that we had. But the AR stepped up tremendously. Neum, it didn't matter if he had a Rival 9 or if he had an MCW. He was going to get it done. But the step up right there from Ryan in those final moments, and Paul X through the middle of the tank, they were able to clutch up on P4, get about 5-10 seconds. That's all they needed to not force the game 5.
Wow. Super tight affairs here on the Invasion hardpoint. 32-29 for Neum, 33-30 for Paul, who, like you mentioned, did have a couple of really critical kills. But it's Ryan who actually steps up kind of in the last handful of rotations, and he goes 31-25. I mean, the damage numbers are unbelievable across the board. Shawnee and Cammy not quite able to provide the same kind of AR support that we saw on the other side of things. Maybe that was a difference maker of 5 seconds, but you can point to so many different moments on that map where 5 seconds could have been earned or lost, depending on which perspective you prefer to look at, just with how back and forth things were. I mean, 15 seconds there, 20 seconds here, 15 seconds there. It just was so back and forth for so long, really up until we got to that last P3 on this rotation back to 4.
It was such a mixy game, man. We had parallel spawns every single time over towards gas. Every time I thought someone was going to spawn towards Palace, so how about right next door to you? But as we got back towards the replay of the ending of this game, tie game, Paul X starts off with a big one-on-one versus Pentagram. He's able to find the second, and even though he misses a couple shots here, just staying alive in this positioning right here is such a crucial play from him. He understands we get the trophy down. I'm trying to be a turret. I'm trying to be everything that I possibly can through the mid-tank. He finds another one, and then the trades are abound. Just more players from Diverse up with their guns ready. You find that trade. Cammy, you get the info that he's the last player on the street. You set him up, and you close it out in those final moments. Diverse, just some serious ice right there to force this game 5.
Huge. And tone-setting map number 2, I'm sure at some point is going to be lingering in the minds of Boston as we head to a Karachi search and destroy. Boston looked particularly great yesterday on High Rise. That was the one they took 6-1 against Convoy. But really outside of that, haven't had much of a chance to watch too much from them on Karachi in particular. It just comes down to the fashion at which Diverse were able to win map 2. It just felt completely opposite of what we saw from Boston yesterday. So we'll see how deep the game plan goes here in Karachi for map 5.
And the good thing about this is we know exactly what the other team likes to do in Karachi, because this is the map where 0-4 took over in a game 5 yesterday versus NYSL. And he dropped 16. So I can just tell you right now, he's going to be using that SMG. I'm really looking at Pentagram and Yeast to shut down that early pressure, because if you allow that guy to start off hot, keep in mind cruise missiles are not going to play a factor, at least right now in the game. But if you allow those SMGs to develop those confident routes right up to the map, through the barrels, hitting stuns, hitting nades, but challenging at the right time, and the timing's going their way, that's when the game starts to get away from you. And yesterday we saw a lot of 2v4 clutching. Make sure you're playing the buddy system as well. No clutching today.
And I think on top of that, you want to talk about just the difference of the skill gap maybe potentially that occurred in map number 2. It was an 0-10 combined start for Pentagram and Yeez on that map number 2. So got to find a way to, like you mentioned, get the SMGs to really heat up if you do want to keep pulling these double Rival 9 setups that we saw pretty much every single round when they were playing High Rise yesterday. So it seems to be part of their methodical approach to what they want to do game plan wise. But like you mentioned, 16 total kills, like 16-4, I think was the final stat line that he had yesterday on the other side of things. So yeah, it definitely feels like a map that Diverse is probably very happy to see show up once again for map number 5.
And a map like Karachi, it's usually coming down to the SMGs, man. Those initial gunfights play so crucial just in this game in general. You find the first blood, you have an 80% chance at winning the round. And on a map like Karachi, where there's no trophy systems right off the rip. So if you try to get aggressive up through B, stuns are going to be hitting you. Nades are going to be hitting you. You don't want to give it that free first blood, especially on a player going towards B, because now they know no one's on the site. We can work the bomb plant with a smoke grenade. But I really think it's all going to come down to the battle of Pentagram and Yeez versus Neum and 0-4, because those SMGs, they be moving, and if they're moving and grooving, that's what it's all going to come down to. Whoever wins that fight is going to win this game 5.
I like it. There's the stakes set for you. And again, on top of that, the broader picture is painted by the fact that one of these two teams will exit this map 5 3-0, which will pretty much guarantee them a playoff spot at worst. But you start off 3-0 up, you're likely to look at a top seed implication for your group, which again could be massive towards that 8-team double elimination playoff that'll be happening on day 2 of next week to start. But getting things going, bomb will be collected and pushed by Boston on their first offense, with opening nades and eyes over towards this A site. He's just kind of lingering in towards rubble. Little bricks play here from Cammy up top, and he will find Neum for first blood before he eventually trades himself away with a late nade.
That's good to find first blood, but unfortunately, Pentagram decides to wrap on back with that bomb in hand instead of using the information that he was gained to commit towards a bomb plant. And now 0-4, unfortunately, can't win that gunfight versus Yeez. What a snap from that young man to bring it back to a 2v2.
Shawnee playing topside bridge. She's got an angle to at least watch any crossers over the middle of the map, but largely speaking, you'll be a bit amiss to see what defense is actually still watching this archway cross. Yeez committing, just gets right on in and immediately hops for the plant. Ryan over the top would be likely the one to check this first, and there he's been seeing, well, not just seen, but he also sees where Shawnee's positioned at. Good read here from Yeez, but doesn't get away, so Paul finds the first blood, now just down to Shawnee for the 1v2.
Yeah, Ryan already gains the info, so no need to challenge unless your teammate is going to challenge with you, but if you got the beam, show it off. As Ryan takes Shawnee off of that top bridge head glitch. And even with Diverse, kind of playing that first round super aggressive, Boston Academy do not take advantage of the information that was gained. Like, Cammy's calling out 2 on flank. That means you should instantly put the bomb down on B. We can leave those guys on flank. And then also, Cammy was able to find one as well. So if you get that bomb down, you got a player on flank. You already have bridge control. And that bomb is now planted, so they have to move with a little more pace. I would like to see Boston just commit to that objective on that round.
Speed and tempo was the name of the game for Diverse in the invasion, search, and destroy. Will they also be able to provide that on the offensive side here for Karachi after their aggression didn't maybe fully work out initially on the defense? 3-man stack, up close and personal. Pentagram, not just playing desk, he wants to take over all of this vending control as well. And he's going to hear the door open, and this timing could be unbelievable. Good trigger discipline as well. Gets the first and second, no worries, no bullets wasted. Now the bomb's down.
Bomb is down. Now it's a 2v4. Left up to Paul X. Now his positioning is known as well. You also have Yeez working a deep pinch, but Shawnee did not give up on that fight. Wins the 1-on-1, and Yeez with the timing on the deep flank to win the final one. But that round simply comes down to the timing that Pentagram is able to earn over towards Ticket. The fact that he jumps in, works his way out through the window. Here's the door break open, but the trigger discipline, the veteranship right there out of the young man to find 2, stay alive, and allow his teammates to assist them. A very clean defensive setup for Boston to tie the game up at 1.
I know it's kind of hard to paint a 1-for-1 with Karachi versus High Rise, but that idea and kind of mentality that the SMGs have showed to this point for Boston was what really kind of took over High Rise, where it's not just let me get to a forward position, it's let me get forward and then go even further beyond that. Yeah. And it kind of breaks the timings of some of these hits that Diverse have, at least in that last round, tried to pull off. Neum now sitting right on the backside of bus stop. Will be right over the top of the A site. Bomb not fully committed to for the plant, but the trades as Neum just snaps over to Cammy for an opening double. Pentagram, last one left, and he's off the regen.
Yeah, he takes one down in 0-4, but he probably wasn't expecting Neum to play that positioning. So now in the 1v3, time is still ticking. He's just trying to play some mind games. The remaining players on Diverse, and unfortunately the timing doesn't work out. Paul X able to re-challenge in towards bottom Ticket. But that's just another round where it's decided by an SMG player. The fact that Neem is able to walk away with 2, the snap onto Cammy was dirty. It leads to Diverse walking away with the round, up 2-1.
It's all been defensive aggression with these SMGs that have found value, so see if the pattern can try to change here from the offensive timing. The first hit for Diverse over towards that A side of the map doesn't really work out at all, just thanks to Pentagram's aggression. Will he try to play something similar here in terms of where he wants to go off the spawn? You'll have Yeez once again back over towards B. Lots of help over the middle of the map. And this time, bomb for Diverse will be focused towards B with a lot of opening nades. Yeez gets tagged, but it's Shawnee who does drop from first blood.
It's a big kill to take down Shawnee. Now you get somewhat information, and you also get information on the second player. Neem is able to finish that kill. And unfortunately, Cammy, a little too strong with the frag, takes down his teammate. So now it's left in a 1v4, makes it a 1v3, but just too many bodies to focus on. Has Diverse open up with the first blood onto Shawnee. They get the info on the Pentagram. Get a little bit of assistance from Cammy. At least it's 2 rounds in a row.
Small set of unfortunate events for sure.
Yeah, it's
makes
tough.
That round a little bit easier, but hey, Cammy's just trying to throw blind nades over the top of mid, and there's so many. What was it? Who threw the nade that hit the phone pole on the break off in the CDL, like week 1 of Karachi search, that like bounced right back into his face, like blew him up. It's like there's so many things that like the nade physics can connect with over the top. As Diverse will now be on their defense. Looking to see if Boston can find a way to respond offense for offense. Quick hit right over through barrel side, but you've got a lot of support here, honestly, from Diverse. If they can just get a read on it, but Yeez will find the first blood. Trades will come through to keep us 3v3, but the bomb's already being planted.
Oh, the bomb's being planted, but unfortunately, some bad timing right there for Shawnee as he was trying to take top bridge control, and 0-4 climbs up the ladder. Doesn't need any extra clips. Finds 3 kills with all 1. What a play right there from Diverse. Complete blind counter as well, because you saw Boston Academy. They sent 2 players right up the middle of the map. Diverse were a little bit slow on the opposite side towards Soda Alley, but when they decided, when they understood where the pressure was coming in, 0-4 did not hesitate. What a read onto the final as they secure another round. These guys are different in S&D, man.
And I think it's just like once you get a taste of beating good teams like they did yesterday, you have to imagine their confidence just skyrockets. Like, to the freaking moon. You're taking chows all day long. And it wasn't just in one match. It wasn't just in one map. It happened across 10 maps yesterday, essentially, for Diverse. And now you're into another long series here and still in the search, finding nothing but success. Pentagram, this is going to feel familiar. Instead of pushing through, though, he does kind of wait, and kind of the same thing. Shooting the opposite foot. Diverse also say, we don't want to get surprised by Pentagram this time, and yep, they will essentially get caught from the other defender nearby. Shawnee, Pentagram working nicely together as Yeez follows for 3, and it's just down to Paul.
Yeah, just a perfect read right there from Boston. Better movement right there from Pentagram to finesse a little bit, allow Shawnee to assist him. Now it's all left up to Paul X in the 1v4. 49 seconds left on the game clock. You're getting a couple sound cues of a player close in the corner. You go for the chow. You at least find the first, so still 40 seconds, a lot of time to work with.
Bold gun choice if he wants to try to take this gunfight. Shawnee with the MCW. Paul trying to push forward, but no, not going to work out. Cammy sitting top side of the bus. Get Boston another clean round. This B defense looks pretty solid, I'll be honest, and at a certain point, you get to think that Diverse, next time they come on the attack, say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's just go back to A.
yeah. They tried to switch it up right there, though. You saw they weren't trying to push it towards Ticket. They didn't want to give Pentagram any sound cues. They decided to push through bottom arches. But Pentagram was ready for it. The crossfire was better. As Boston Academy are able to stay alive. Stir a much-needed round together. Now down 4-2. Back on the attacking side. And just the way that Diverse have been playing on their defenses, they're aggressive on one side of the map.
Yeah.
So if you want to just spread map right here, play for that aggressive push, that might be the play call to win you this one.
Yeah, I'm here for that. Pendergrant's stunned. Can't quite make the play forward in towards B, so the defense will have some value in terms of setting up an aggressive setup. Lots of nades still at the ready, though, for Boston. They haven't thrown too much. You got Yeez kind of in a similar position that he was round 1, where he's just stuck over towards Rubble, waiting to see if anyone will cross over the middle of the map defensively. But they need to trigger something to make the defense think they have to move, because right now, defensively, this setup is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's very stationary for both of these squads. They're just trying to play for any info, but neither squad is giving anything up. But now it's Yeez's turn to potentially make a play. Trying to time this, pushing towards bottom. Foul in, finds the first kill onto Ryan. And might have got a red on the second player as well. This is beautiful plays out of Yeez.
But interestingly enough, even after that clearance and the kills that come through, Pentagram is sending the bomb over towards A, where Neum is here. Paul's also very comfortable playing backside arches. Cammy kind of gives up his position. Easy trade comes out. And now all of a sudden the clock becomes a bit of an issue. Decent read from Paul, but better shots from Yeez. Leaves 0-4 by himself in a 1v2. And he may decide to try to take this and go quickly. Not just because that's the way he's played, but it also has led to a lot of success for him. Finds the first without much issue. Backs off. Did get some sort of read that Shawnee's playing deep. This would be a very tremendous gunfight to take, and 0-4 will think second about it. Just down to who goes first here, Jay, as now the contact comes through. Shawnee doesn't miss a bullet.
That's a rookie versus the vet, man. You get the info early on, you wrap back towards Cafe, you hit him with a couple shots, force him to reposition. But then catch him off guard, being aggressive up towards the site. Able to win the crucial one-on-one to not allow them to get the game point. It almost got scary, though. When Pentagram decided to run out from top red and just drop for free, like, you got no info on that side of the map. But it worked out in his favor because his teammates were there to assist him. Boston Academy chaining a couple rounds together. Now down 4-3. Back on the defensive side. Just be ready for the aggressive push, man. It's going to be all out pressure over towards B.
Trophy systems are down, though. Shawnee still gets affected by a nade, but the stun doesn't really do too much. And wow, I mean, we're talking about everyone loading the box here at this B site. Smoke comes through right in the middle of the archway. Spam shots. Diverse are just hoping for some sort of information. I think they can feel that there is a threat here. It just comes down to how many players. Do they get the read that it's all four? Because I just wouldn't expect to see this kind of a setup from Boston.
Yeah, you need some kind of information, because if you get the read that all four here, Bomb is instantly going to be wrapping back over towards A, but they just decided to pull the trigger anyways. Because that Bomb is now on its way back through junk. Cammy finds the first blood onto Ryan. But this should be all information gained for Boston Academy. You're already pushed out towards Coop. You have to now have an understanding that that Bomb is on the opposite side.
Yeah. Oh, but Neum gets caught from behind. And now all of a sudden I think Diverse are starting to realize that this B site is maybe more significantly held than they would have anticipated, but they're still looking to try to break this defense down from behind. Thing is, Boston are so far forward that they really don't get a solid read on where exactly Boston are set up at the moment. First kill from 04, immediately countered. All stuck over towards Top Fountain, and yeah, easy follow-up kills come through. So it's kind of a weird setup. I don't think we've really seen anyone try to pull this, where all four members don't just stack B. They stack forward onto like scaffolding, concrete, bridge. It's just like a full bunker up on the B site.
Yeah, you just can't read that if you're Diverse. It was very difficult to gain any ounce of information. Smoke grenade went down towards bottom Coop, so you can't watch the crossover towards bridge. And if you peek top three, you might be ended up first blooded in that situation. But Boston Academy, better on the defensive setup, are able to chain 3 rounds in a row. Really putting the pressure now on Diverse to try to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
Back to the attacking side they go for Diverse. It's going to be a 2-man stack over towards B with 04 trying to get aggressive, but that stun is going to put him in a position he probably didn't want to be in.
Yeah, the chess game has definitely turned to at least be level, if not starting to trend in favor of Boston at this point. But Ryan is in a pretty precarious spot playing up top. He's got one defender down low in 04 who's essentially on an island. There's not a lot of assistance here for 04. Not over the middle of the map, not in the front side of B. It's a lot of trust that no one's going to run through Barrow Alley on him. And so far, although Boston do have an opportunity to possibly do that, they have not converted on that yet. But 04 has now been seen and yeezed through Barrel. Doesn't quite get the last bullet to land. But
wow!
Trying to push through the smoke. Shawnee will eventually connect the final shot.
Shawnee was sitting top 3, just pre-firing the corner. Somehow, some way walked away with that kill. So now he gives the go to Pentagram. We can work this bomb plan. We still had that smoke to invest, but Neum is finding the timing, better shots to take down Cammy. Instant 3v2.
Yeah, they needed that kill, and they needed it quickly. Post plant, though, still very formidable. Shawnee up top has a look at Neum and says, not interested, friend. You're going to have to win an unreal 1v2 with a rival. Decent shots, but again, just not the weapon that you want for this situation.
No.
With players playing top and back bridge. So 15 seconds, here comes the play. Pentagram does get caught outside of cover, but the question mark remains, where has Shawnee gone off to? And as he hops it, Shawnee will pop up and say, how you doing? Wow, what a bounce back set of rounds for Boston. Was that 3 in a row?
That was insane. That's 4 in a row now.
4 in a row?
4 in a row to now put them at game point. But the fact that 04 was able to get away with his life, invest the smoke, and runs back into the smoke to put himself in the corner, and Shawnee is pre-firing it. That's just a veteran play, to say the least. Gets the first blood, allows his teammate to work the bomb plan, and doesn't slow down. Actually earns the ace on the round. The Sean man didn't have the best last couple of respawns, but game 5, he said, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Boston Academy now at game point, back on defense. Diverse need to find an answer here.
Here we go again, Jay. 4-man stack with the cover of a trophy, and it's a super aggressive. 04's been seen on the cross. That will move Cammy back a little bit further just to make sure the flank stays safe. Neum also taking shots up top means that he's now alerted to his position, but once more, can't finish off the kills. So I mean, Boston are kind of scrambling a little bit just to make sure they're in the perfect positions, but they've got a really solid read on where Diverse is. Surprising that Pentagram doesn't even bother checking the top stairs, considering 04's spot, and that leads to first blood.
Yeah, that's tough right there. Pentagram, you got to remember that Shawnee was able to spot him on the cross, and unfortunately, it forces Yeast to try to make a play in towards Coop. He does fall, and Shawnee's still in the same position, 1v4.
Man.
Just not the best spot to be in, and I just think if you're Pentagram in that situation, you just got to take a chill pill. No reason to put yourself indoors into these engagements where you don't have any information besides you knowing that he crossed somewhere. But once 04 finds that first blood, Yeez tries to make up for it. He gets taken down, and then in the 4v1, yeah, Shawnee's just dead center right on the side. Everyone's looking at him. We have a round 11 on our hands, Alan.
Here we go. Slow game from Ryan, 1-6. I'm sure he's feeling like, man, get me one good kill here, and it's going to give our team a chance to win this thing. Bomb collected with intentions over towards B. Nades over the top. Double stack once again here for Boston in the middle of the map. They've done this a lot. Yee's going to be left to linger at rubble, and he's going to try to go quickly through barrels. Let's take a look. 04 this time will safely get towards bridge. So even though both setups are essentially the same the last time we were on these sides, a lot has changed with not a lot of information gained on either team.
And I think the way that Boston are playing right now, they're just trying to play a little bit of a mind game situation. Being super slow towards both sides, but trying to force a couple players out of position. So now there's still 50 seconds left. Shawnee's able to get the info. 04 is going to be sitting towards top bridge. How do they decide to attack this? Yeez is going to work his way in towards Fountain. He spots Ryan again, who's played that same spot on multiple defenses round. Boston Academy, they find the first blood.
And do they choose to isolate 04 by playing into him, or isolate him by staying away? And not going to matter because 04 gets proactive. Finds one, smokes himself back, but Shawnee once again says, I'm not interested in those antics. Cammy down low, able to help out his teammate who was under fire. 1v3 situation.
Wow!
What was that? Yeez was a bullet, but still, unreal hipfire centering, and then over the top. Now for the 1v1, bomb planted. Shawnee down low, seen, Neum on the hunt, over the top. Oh, Shawnee goes to the drop shot and saves the day. Boston in the round 11 take the win, and with that, they go 3-0 in their group.
Oh my God, that was almost the illest troll I've ever seen. We're talking about a 1v3 where Neum's able to find the first blood. I don't know how the hell he found that kill towards top Fountain, but the fact that Cammy committed towards that one-on-one, instead of just staying down, allowing his teammate to complete that bomb plan, he makes it a lot more difficult than it needs to be. But Shawnee said, listen, I got you guys in this game 5. Ices up with that MCW, shuts down the up and close personal gunfight, even if he didn't have the gun that he would probably prefer in that situation. But 10-6 from Sean, man. Ices up. Boston Academy, they brought that one all the way back, Alan, to be the first squad to go 3-0, man. Congratulations to them.
That's unbelievable. And what a series it was. I mean, the first 3 maps were blowout, blowout, blowout from one side or the other. And then all of a sudden we had certified bangers in map 4 and map 5. Unbelievable scenes, man. And again, it's going to be one of those things that you remember this series on both sides. You know, Boston wiping the sweat off the brow. And for Diverse, it's like, darn, man, we were so close to pulling off I won't call it an upset yet, but it is one of those situations that you look at and say, we definitely could have been the other team that was 3-0 here to start things off. So, wow, what an unbelievable start here to day number 2. We've got a lot of action still yet to come, but I think we've got some pretty heavy-hitting favorites on both sides here. We've got Boston at 3-0. I wouldn't sleep on this Diverse team. They've played a tough schedule to this point and looked good. I think they're looking like by far and clearly the number 2 team in Group B right now.
Yeah, they were fighting, man. That was one hell of a series for both squads, with just a little bit more veteranship, a little bit more experience coming in from Boston Academy. Even down 4-1, there was no hesitation. The SMG started to get activated, but even in that round 11, I said it before the SMG started, it was going to come down to the plays of the SMG. The fact that Yeez found that timing time and time again to jump in towards top Fountain, knowing the positioning of where Ryan loves to play, gets that first blood, and then it all just goes the way of Boston Academy, man. They just got some ice in that series, and they closed that one out.
Unreal stuff. So with that, we do kind of, with the kind of delay we had going into map 4, we've kind of bled into our second slot of games, and we're going to be kind of using FaZe Black and a bit Brooklyn as our secondary matchup here. But just to kind of give you guys some verbal results, especially for these 2 teams in particular, this is happening in Group A. In that group, we saw SFT take down the SGP Syndicate. So both of those 2 teams are at 2-1, but Brooklyn, Omit Brooklyn and Good Kids are also at 2-1. So we've got 4 teams at 2-1, whereas FaZe Black are at 1-2, and then Bowser's Kingdom, the other team in this group, are 0-3. They actually haven't won a map yet. So this is a really important map right here, match for FaZe Black to try to get out of the bottom side of this pool and get to be a part of that major tiebreaker going on top of the group.
Yeah, keep in mind that this is the roster. Well, at least 2 of the players were on the roster that won the Boston Major, so they should be putting themselves in a pretty nice situation to try to make playoffs, but now their backs are against the wall. You got to play some of your best Call of Duty, and Jodeci's already starting off hot 3-0, trying to snap for the 4th, and he gets it before the nade finds a trade on him, but already 30 seconds, make it about to be 40 for FaZe Black to start off on this P1.
Yeah, good rotation coming out of Amit, though, so even though there's significant time earned by FaZe Black, they will have to kind of work their way in. Interestingly enough, Amit Brooklyn are just going to kind of play this from the ramp. Dark is going to make sure no one jumps down on him, but really no one's watching Gate. Bing kind of has to watch 2 things at once here. Noisy's still working through the middle of the map, and oh, that little pop-up Dark Side may have given him just as much information, but no, FaZe Black spawning close. They will overwhelm and take control of P2. Yeah,
they find the break, working it nice and slowly through back 8, through the close spawns as well, but that's already 3 dead in defeat for Brooklyn. You just got to get this trade on to Jodeci, and an unfortunate teammate comes in. And they're still soaking this time. So with 25 seconds left, it turns into a 1-on-1, a 2-on-1, actually a 3-on-1. Omit Brooklyn, are we going to rotate? No, we're not. FaZe Black are going to be blessed with that next hill.
It's just, again, I kind of alluded towards it. I was just surprised that Omit Brooklyn rotated so early to 2 and then didn't bother trying to get gate control. And now, like you kind of mentioned, it's just on Flames around the back. Fortunately, he's got teammates that made their way through mid-Eskies. So, okay. It kind of felt like they were going to be late to the jump here on the 3rd. Good gunfights do allow them a chance to step on in early, but FaZe Black winning gunfights around the outside. They can get a chance to contest this on the get-go.
Yeah, they were able to flip the spawns as well, so all out pressure through that bridge side. You also have a player swanning on a free pinch, but with everyone dropping on the side of FaZe Black, you're able to control the spawns again for Omit Brooklyn. So now you have players pushed out towards bridge side. Multiple players watching the left streets. Not very easy to break down through dead center of the map. This has been a great response from Omit Brooklyn. Great hold at this P3 to potentially take the lead now.
And the SMGs are really frying. I mean, Flames 7-3. Noisy was close to being on 6 in a row back towards P2. So a couple of small individual heroic moments. Dark Side, the next one up to try to provide some help for his teammates. Okay, a little double finishes off the scrap time here for Omit Brooklyn. And now FaZe Black are kind of shooing the opposite foot. As Darkside isn't done, by the way. He's still dealing with players strailing in towards this hard point. Eventually, he gets taken care of, but Omit Brooklyn will have the rotation and the small lead as we rotate to 4.
And that's now 3 out of 4's hills where they are on the preferred side. So, Omit Brooklyn, I'm sorry. You guys are rotating. You're doing it great. As they find a couple kills off the rotation, and Noisy also finds a player going on the pinch. Full control of one side, and Flames can pick up this final kill onto Brack, and he does so. Doesn't matter if he's stunned. Now you know exactly where the pressure's coming in from. Boxes and through the back end of that P5 bridge side. Just got to try to hold this down, and everyone contest towards boxes. Just stay down on the hill. We don't have to fight these fights unless they slide down on in, but FaZe Black, they find 3. They find the break.
Just sheer force of will. I think that's the best way to categorize that break attempt. But follow-up eliminations off the respawn for Omit. Take FaZe Black out of the hard point. And if the trends kind of continue here, we kind of have to take a wonder of what is happening wrong here for FaZe Black. I mean, yesterday, they were able to take a very narrow sub-base versus Syndicate, but their hard point has been kind of lacking based on what we've seen so far in broadcast. And right now, down 25, rotating over. Yeah, you've got the rotation, but Omit Brooklyn are kind of working their way around the back and the front simultaneously. They're going to have a lot of good looks to get in from multiple angles here.
Yeah, they have all the pinches set up. They can win these set of fights and at least control one side of the map. That's perfect, but Brack with the perfect read gets the info onto Flame. Now the players coming off spawn have to try to focus him. That leads to the break for Omit Brooklyn shortly. As Exceed is just going to slide back right back on in. Finds one kill, but it's still a contest fest over towards the bridge. Brooklyn trying to get as much time as they possibly can, but that 3-piece might be just enough to earn some good quality time.
And all that battle of fighting for one side or the other was essentially kind of garnered towards them with the eliminations through mid-map. So 15 seconds of scrap time to fight for, plus also the setup over towards P1. And Omit Brooklyn continue to find individual kills left, right, center, inside out, upside down. Looking really solid for them to at least be able to kind of hold off this old push through from FaZe Black, and that's exactly the case. 2v2 over towards New, though. SMG's in place for FaZe Black, and as the hard point opens, trophies will get placed, and this should surely be a little bit of opening time for FaZe Black.
It should be a little opening time. If you're getting all these kills, someone get on the damn hill, and finally Lunas is going to do it. So it's only a 20-point difference You have all of Ole Miss Brooklyn spawning exactly where you want them to. So these next wave of fights potentially lead to the break. And you see Brooklyn with the route, unfortunately, doesn't win the gunny. Joe Deceives is ready for every moment. Yep. That's now all 4 dead in the feed. And this is where you get aggressive on it. Exceed already behind enemy lines. They're not going to be ready for this. He's trying to flip those spawns. Him and Joe Deceives taking over right now with those SMGs.
Turning up. Noisy long-range battle. Held that bay just a touch, but it's pistols on both players' sides. And Noisy, I'm sure he thinks that that's enough to flip spawns. That's not the case. You still have FaZe Black spawning nearby, but Noisy, I think it's a call from a teammate. He's quick to try to pick up at least 1 kill, but the nades and the gunshots of Joe Deceives once again keeps the hard point at worst neutral. A chance to still 50-50 fight this. Now we've got the ARs battling with one another, which Flames takes the win, and with that, Amit Brooklyn can get into the hard point.
Yeah, Amit Brooklyn, they're going to be in because you also had Dark working his way through that mid-courtyard. Flanks his way around behind enemy lines, and now he's in a crucial position, holding down his back gate. A double chow comes in. Don't worry, I'll take down both. Just got to allow the rest of his teammates to fill the gaps, hop that hill, and unfortunately, he's going to get some bad timing here. He opens up the gate for Joe Deceive to find 2 of his own. And even though he does fall, there's a majority of his teammates on this map, they can still find this break.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Neutral for now. Frack being squaring off, and okay, headshots will land, and Amit Brooklyn will get the scrap time. Growing the lead just marginally enough, and keep your eye up right here. Darkside has snuck through the backline of FaZe Black, who are trying to zone off the exits. And they're going to learn here in a second when Exceed spawns up that, something has gone wrong here as Exceed spawns literally in Egypt. So now you've got Amit Brooklyn all the way through the back. Kills from Darkside starting to come through. The break could be imminent, but Joe Deceives gets the read, finds the first kill. Can he hold his ground? Yeah, sure, why not? FaZe Black deal with the residual players and have now a chance to spawn close.
Yeah, they spawn close. They were able to flip the spawns. Great couple of kills out of Joe Deceives to stay alive as long as he possibly could to make this play happen for his squad. An unfortunate teammate comes in from Brooklyn. Now they're trying to find a way on in. They're trying to find a way on in, but Joe Deceives, I don't know what's got into this guy. But every single respawn that we have watched him play so far in Challengers, he's putting up 30 per. And he's looking like he's not going to slow down here. 15, making 20 uncontested seconds for FaZe Black to now put themselves up by a calm 30 points off the rotation towards next. And look at the route from Exceed. This might be another opportunity to find an early break.
It's almost the exact same thing that Darkside did to FaZe Black on the last hard point. Here we go. There's 1. How about 2? Sure, why not? No one else nearby. Clean rotation through boxes. Exceed locking down the back. He eventually does get taken care of. And actually, FaZe Black may have thought that they also flipped spawns in that play. Not to happen. So Amit Brooklyn, yeah, they're out of the early time, but they have a chance to break this with numbers.
Yeah, that's just one of those situations where Exceed, if you played it a little bit patient for at least 1 or 2 more seconds and you realize where your teammates spawn, you know that everyone on this side of the map is coming from Ole Miss Brooklyn. But it still does not matter. FaZe Black have not been easily broken. That's now 3. Last player up, trying to contest it from this top Humvee area. But it's Joe Deceives still finessing, dancing around this P4 HP. They were just up by 10. Now all of a sudden they're up by 60.
Yeah, complete blowout in these last 2.5 hard points here. FaZe Black just turning up, and a lot of it coming from this guy. 28 and 14 from Joe Deceives. Unreal display. Like you mentioned, he's been good for 30 plus every single respawn. Looks like he should be in that same ballpark again. Exceed also started to turn up after that long route he took the last hard point. He's the first one in towards P5. Damage being dealt, trophy systems down, but Exceed allowed to keep his life a little while longer than he may have expected. Dark eventually able to take him out of the picture, and Amit Brooklyn now with numbers in the hill.
And if you are FaZe Black now, he just can't contest from the street side. They're going to decide to apply the pressure up through top mid. Try to attack this from top bridge. Multiple bodies there. Dark is only able to walk away with 1, so that's now 3 dead. Great shots from Big to at least stay alive, but it's FaZe Black on the time.
Noisy taken out. This is now just down to the last couple of members. Have to find a way to break through this the hard way, and Brax found himself on 5. Oh my. It was close until it wasn't here, Jay. Yep. I think that's the only way about putting it. Exceed, able to do what he can, was the last one standing. Amit will get a bit of a break here, but leader's advantage, only needing 3 points. FaZe Black can put pressure on old if they want to. They can just hard rotate the new. I mean, the world is their oyster, as Amit Brooklyn have to play perfect hard point.
Yeah, they got to play perfect HP from here on out. It all starts by finding a couple kills around the map. Flames and Dark, they combine for 2, so there's the team early on in towards the HP. You get the trade on to Exceed, and when your teammate comes on spawn, you know exactly where all the pressure is coming in. But for How long can they hold? Do they have trophy systems to withstand all these stuns, all these nades that are about to be thrown from FaZe Black? They're still holding strong. This might be the game, though, if FaZe Black can find these kills.
Contest is in. Trophy system gets placed by Flames. Noisy steps in off the respawn. And FaZe Black don't want to... It's a Mexican standoff here in Rio.
Yeah.
No one wants to make a move past this board. And I think for FaZe Black, they're the ones who's going to have to make a move first because you eventually have to get over to the P2 side of the map. And wow, this is unreal. So now Amit finally taking advantage. There's 3 straight kills. Brack the last one left. He gets taken down, and hold on a second. You've got 2 members for Amit that spawn down towards P2. FaZe Black looking to rotate the long way around, and Amit Brooklyn are 1 good hold away from possibly being able to pull this off.
Just got to make sure they do not get 3 seconds off of this P1, and they are finding all the right kills at the right time. Flame earns that cruise missile. Let's actually see it get called in. I'm telling you, it's going straight down. It's not going to be able to get a kill, but it's Amit Brooklyn early into the hill. And with only 35 seconds until they walk away with the W, FaZe Black need to find a break, and they're trying to do it from the front end.
First 2 kills are good. Flames holding the cross. Dark a little bit deeper. Joe
GG.
predicts it perfectly. Dark would have to step in, and oh, man. Oh, it's tough calls, man, because the cruise missile, I think they use as a way to say, we got to read where they're spawning. But like you mentioned, no impact of being able to find kills because of the bug that currently exists, and that may have hurt them setting up a more forward setup because there was that question mark of, did they spawn all the way behind P3? Maybe they got some parallel spawn behind P2. That moment of second guessing could have possibly hurt Amit Brooklyn from pulling off a massive comeback.
It was just the turnaround of that game, man. Right in the middle half of that game, from the P3 to the P4. FaZe Black, more specifically, Joe Deceives, he found a couple kills to flip those spawns for his squad. But then you get a good chunk of time over there. You find yourself up by 30 points. But then the route from XE to slowly work his way behind enemy lines through that bridge side takes about a 20 to 25 second route that he decided to go for, and it works out to perfection. He's able to find 2 kills, set up his team properly for that P4, grow the lead substantially, even where it got scary towards the very end. Needing 3 points is all you need. It comes down to 1 set of kills, and they find it at the right time to close out game number 1. That's a map that I believe FaZe Black needed for some confidence moving forward.
Absolutely. And again, if they were to have dropped that map in that fashion, you really worry about what that does to rattle whatever team chemistry may have been kind of building overnight, especially after a 1-1 start yesterday and an 0-1 start here today on the overall series. So, like we talked about, it wasn't just a necessary map win to kind of regain the confidence. They also need this entire match just to kind of, again, put themselves in the conversation of that multi-team tiebreaker that we currently are seeing in Group A, of which Amit Brooklyn are one of those teams at 2-1 at the moment. And yeah, it was that whole stretch, really, again, between 2, 3, and 4 for FaZe Black in our second rotation that, you know, they're going to be looking back on and say, thank God we had it, because otherwise this could have been real messy.
Yeah, it got a little bit scary towards the end, but at least you walk away with the W. Now you're going into a search and destroy where, if anything is going to tell me how this FaZe Black roster is going to be, they're most likely probably going to get clutched on. And that was the reason why they lost yesterday. Multiple 2v4 clutches, multiple 3v4 clutches by the opposing team. When you have to man up, you have to clutch on up, not chow these one-on-one gunfights, give up freebies. As we take a look at our maps and modes, they're going back to the high rise, and this is one of those maps that they were getting 2v4 clutched on. So you got to focus up if you are FaZe Black.
And I do have to think that from yesterday into today, the largest conversation point that they were probably talking about between themselves was, we got to, like you mentioned, just play our post plants and our number situation just flat out better. I'm sure a lot of their focus was in the search and destroy, considering that, like we mentioned, their opening setups were fine. Everything was great. You just don't get clutched on. That seems so simple to say out loud, but like you mentioned, it did happen a lot on this high-rise search and destroy. So the effect of the changes have to be immediate. I'll say that much, because on the other side, this Amit Brooklyn team, you know, we've seen them in a couple of search maps look pretty darn solid. I mean, pretty versatile, and I think just generally speaking, they had a lot of versatility built into what they want to do at both sides of the bomb yesterday.
Yeah, they were doing their thing yesterday in Search and Destroy, making plays, making the mid-round adjustments, and that's something that they now have to do in this series because they found themselves down 0-1. You're playing against a team who's fairly a new roster, so you know they're going to have a bunch of openings or some really early developing strategies that you can shut down, and then towards the later half of the game, make those adjustments because you've been a team a lot longer to counter those plays, and it's just a must-respond Search and Destroy. But if you are FaZe Black, it's just got to fix those 2v4s, bro. I better not see another one. I better not see another 2v4 go the opposing way on their side.
Love to hear it. Have to have it. Flat out. Simple as that. So, with that in mind, again, we do have multiple matches going on at the same time. We've said that a million times over at this point in time, but this FaZe Black and a Bit game will hold a lot of our attention here in this second slot. Again, just to kind of reiterate some of the standings as we currently see it, as results are finally starting to come through on both groups. We talked about the multi-team tiebreaker that's here in Group A. That's 2-1 tallies for Spacefish Tacos, Syndicate, Amit Brooklyn, and Good Kids. Whereas in Group B, those results are almost all finalized in terms of what happened in the first set of games. We obviously saw Boston now 3-0 up, but Houston Spartans, after dropping their first series yesterday, have won 2 in a row. So they find themselves at 2-1 alongside Diverse. Convoy apparently still in a match with SKRP. 1-1 for Convoy, 0-2 for SKRP, and then NYSL Academy 0-3, my guy. What's happened there?
0-3?
Yeah.
We're talking about a team who was up 2-0 in their very first series yesterday, got reverse swept. Up 2-1 in their second series yesterday and lose all the way into game number 5. And most likely, you don't even got to tell me, Alan, they were probably up a map or two and somehow, some way got came back on. That's unfortunate for that NYSL Academy team because they were that roster who just got second at that Boston Major. But to start off the Elite, 0-3 your matches, man, that is tough.
Your only hope now is that you win this last match here today, and you win your only game next week on Tuesday, or partly on Wednesday, and then you have to hope for a tiebreaker situation. That's your only hope at this point. And it's never fun when you have to deal with that, and you've got a team that is 3-0 at the top of your group because there's just not a lot of gapping there to get multiple teams at 2-3. That essentially guarantees that Boston's going to make it through for sure now if we were, even slightly worried about that in the first place. But you have to have a lot of help that Convoy, Diverse, and Houston also all finish 2-3 at this point. Otherwise, you find yourself in the backside of having to requalify again for Elite 2.
That's just tough, man. Like, you just finished getting second at the Major, and I know you got to take that with a grain of salt because it was 1 week until a new patch came out. You had to learn the game as fast as you possibly could, and they were one of the teams who learned it pretty quickly to make it all the way to the grand finals. But now you find yourself down 0-3. Like you said, backs against the wall. You have to at least pray for all these other teams to lose a couple maps, potentially lose a couple matches, and have a 3-way tie at 2-3 to even make the playoffs. That's tough, man. My young boy, Craze, he really let me down, Alan. That's tough.
The thing about it is, like, we watched a lot of their game yesterday. Like, these guys are playing really tight games through and through. It just comes down to finishing off the series. I mean, we talked about kind of the drama that happened in their first series on the reverse sweep, and then kind of the same situation yesterday. A lot of tight maps in their second series that they just weren't able to put away. So, I mean, I have to imagine that they're competing at a high level. And to be fair, the teams they've played have all been at the top of the leaderboard, right? Like, they played Boston, they played Houston, they played Diverse. So, small gaps between the three of them. And now you're in this position of you have to beat Convoy, you have to beat SKRP if those are the last two remaining, which I think they are. And then maybe you have a chance at a tiebreaker. So it's tough, man, but that's the story. That's the way it goes. You don't have a lot of opportunities here in the group stage to make mistakes as we jump now into the high-rise search and destroy for our feature matchup between FaZe Black and a bit Brooklyn. And all of our focus, again, just to reiterate, goes into FaZe Black. Can they actually win with numbers?
Yeah, just clutch on up, bro. Like, it's just got to be better today. We can't get clutched on like that. I know they were definitely getting chirped last night by their peers, by a couple of their teammates. Just like, dude, we just let that one get away from us. But you got a chance to right your wrongs here. Even though you lose your first series, this is a crucial one to potentially walk away with a 2-2 going into next week.
Yep.
They're going to be the team on the defensive end. Open Brooklyn on the attack. And you see Dark already trying to be super aggressive up towards blue, but that nade is now going to back him down.
Keeps him still in a place to contest. Was he seen on the cross by Joe Deceives right there? May not make much of a difference. Succeed up top at Heli. Does still convert first blood. A couple of shots in the minimap do get sent out over towards this B side, so it looks like FaZe Black are aware of the potential threat. And Lunars steps away from the nade, steps back in to find Noisy. And we have another number situation here, but it's starting to get a little dire. 1v3 situation for Dark, as unfortunately Bink fell off the map.
Yeah, that at least helps you. If you're FaZe Black, you're probably getting a little bit nervous once it turns into a 3v2. But Bink helps you a little bit. Falls off the map, now puts Dark in a 1v3. Finds the first kill, 2-top Heli. And with 30 seconds left, he just has to recover this bomb from bottom blue. But he's more focused on just taking ground, trying to gain any more information.
And Joe popped kind of a little jump from the bottom underground, and he saw Dark, but now they're chasing ghosts. They think Dark maybe had gone all the way through into the spawn, and I guess maybe a bit fortunate for FaZe Black that he still hits that route. But there was a moment in there where Joe is like hunting for this last player deep in their spawn, where that wasn't the case at all. Dark just eventually comes this direction.
There you go, though. That's a good buddy system right there out of FaZe Black. Just back on up. Once it turns into a 3v1, even though the trade is abound, Joe backs him all the way through underground to set up a crossfire with his teammate as FaZe Black take round number 1. Felt like we said it yesterday. Majority of these rounds on defense. Exceed loves top helipad. He might be working on his pilot license as they take the first round, but to the attacking side they go.
You know, they do say you pretty much start on helicopters before you jump into planes. Just, I don't know, maybe I just made that up. I totally just made that up. Don't me on
I ain't never heard that one in my life, Alan.
I'm just spitballing. Complete nonsense. Joe, a little cross check, and whoa, you thought Noisy would be dead to right, but you have Flames watching his back, and okay, that's just a really fun play by design when you're supposed to be watching each other's backs, and it works out perfectly. Yeah, you'll take that if you're mid-Brooklyn.
Yeah, now it's a 2v4. Brack position now known. Him and Luna's trying to work their way up to the street, but the frag too strong to eliminate Brack from that positioning. And then again, I'm pretty sure that's Noisy from top heli. Finds his third on the round. Just completely shuts down anyone trying to be aggressive up towards the helipad. No, it's actually Dark to find the final kill. Great team shots to assist his teammate. But home at Brooklyn, they respond with a dominant defensive round. A little bit better the way that FaZe Black had it done, but it's all tied up at 1.
Clean from Robit Brooklyn. I think the biggest thing will be, have Amit Brooklyn spend any time maybe watching over any film from FaZe Black? Because like we saw them play this map at a pretty great plethora of opportunities, and it was like you mentioned, Exceed always top heli. So if they can get a read on that, do they have some sort of response for it? Trophy's down over towards elevator side. Here's Exceed up top. He has been seen by Flames, so guns are up looking for him. Exceed not going to give anyone a long chance to actually take an angle here. Flames, though, eventually finds him, but falls off the top at Propane. Dark there to at least capitalize on the kill, so first blood good for Amit.
You take down Exceed from top helipad, and now you're instantly putting this bomb down over towards B because you gain all the info. They got to be playing a deep setup. Now Dark in a 4v3 in a crucial position to earn another kill.
Yeah. Well done. Lunar's not good for it. Oh my! Oh. Brack had a little bit of trouble finding the shots through the stairs and nearly gave Dark another, but it does get pushed off. 3v2. Lots of time has been killed, though, in this rotation, as Joe's going to have to be the first one to check over the top of elevator. I mean, they still don't know if there's anyone in the cross corners. Noisy down low. Decent shots to Brack, and actually better shots from Joe to get the response, but time is going to expire on this attempt unless he hops it right now, which he will not be able to. So Amit Brooklyn, 2 rounds in a row, will go up 2-1.
Yeah, that's just easy work. Playing off of the information that you gain. You spot Exceed, work towards top helipad. You set Dark up for the first blood. But then Dark knows I'm the only player pushed out towards this blue area. Let me just hold down this cut. My teammates have on the ground. They have left street. This is my place to conquer. Finds the second kill, almost snaps on for the third, but at that point you have the numbers. Time is starting to tick. Just not enough time for Joe Deceives to try to clutch on up. As Omen Brooklyn chain 2 rounds in a row, back to the defensive side. And if you are FaZe Black, it was slow and steady up to that B street, but slow and steady, Brooklyn are ready for that. You got to be a little bit quicker.
Yep. Lots of nades over towards the backside at B from FaZe, but it's trying to go quick to A. Stun will make sure that it doesn't actually occur. Exceed just looking for whatever information he can, but it's now to a point where Exceed may have to rethink where he wants to go off spawn, because 2 rounds straight he's been red over towards top heli. There was a trade kill over towards Dark, so we stay 3v3, but all things told, this FaZe Black opener has largely been dealt with until Flames unfortunately kills himself. I don't know if that was off the map or the propane tank. Either way, you don't love to see it.
No, it had to be off the map. Like, that's unbelievable. That's not 2 rounds in a row where you're just falling off. Like, what are we doing? Can we stay on the damn map? Instantly a 2v3. Joe Deceives now gets the info. At least one player towards top Propane. Noisy also finds a kill through the middle of the map as well. What was just a 3v2 is now 2v1. All left up to Brack, and he gets cut down as well. Wow, home in Brooklyn. You fall off the map. We still got a chance at clutching it. That's 3 rounds in a row now for Brooklyn.
And that's the thing, man. Like, when we're talking about the odd man number situations that favored FaZe Black yesterday, it wasn't that they were just losing those rounds. It was like, how many times in a 2v3 or a 2v4 were they not finding a single kill of the last 2 remaining members? Same thing happens here. 2v3 situation, not a single kill gets tallied by FaZe Black.
It's just like the game plan right there. You have the numbers. A player just jumps off of the map, and then like you decide to plant towards A when there's so many different angles that you have to try to watch or at least protect the player on site. But Noisy right up the middle of the map, he's able to find the timing and the round out with 3. Now that's 3 rounds in a row for Brooklyn, and that's the confidence. We got to keep a go button going. Big with the first blood onto Lunars.
And really the only reason that a couple of rounds have been tight is because the 2 players falling off the map at this point.
Yeah.
So Noisy will climb the ladder, immediately hit the plant with a 4v3 situation. Exceed has given up his top heli position, but is still playing on the same side of the map, this time just lingering on the backside at blue, in which he does eventually track down Dark. So 3v3 we go. Post plant still looking solid, though.
Oh, but you see Flame. He was playing the perfect timing right there. He's going to repitch his way all the way through blue. Everyone that's currently sitting in the middle of the map is about to get mowed down. He's able to find the first 25 seconds left. Joe Deceives is able to find a trade, but it's a 2v1 with only 20. Just probably not enough time with the crossfire being set up that Brooklyn have.
Yeah, Bink from behind lets him know that he's here. Takes his focus away from the bomb, and yeah, no worries whatsoever. So good post plant setup. I love that you called out the re-wrap back over towards blue after Dark had fall, because like you said, Flames just completely dominates and reads how that post plant breakdown was supposed to come through. And yeah, Bink from one side, Flames from the other, they lock it down. No worries really whatsoever over the top of the site.
Yeah, FaZe Black can't figure out search and destroy. They're just getting picked apart one by one. Over the top, first blooded by a nade. That just simply can't happen on a map like High Rise, because then you open up that B point. They get the bomb down for free. Super difficult to retake either side on this map. But that's now 4 rounds in a row for Ole Miss Brooklyn. Playing with the utmost confidence. Super aggressive every single round. Changing up spots. You already see Dark taking right street control. It's only a matter of moments before he decides to push on through.
Oh, but Exceed right down the middle lane. Not only able to find one, he also sees Noisy up top. Pistol out looking for this kill ring around the Rosie while Joe Deceives finally gets involved. And now we have, again, a significant numbers advantage, a very significant numbers advantage. 1v4. Surely FaZe Black don't lose this one.
Yeah, nah, there's no way in hell they lose this one. Well, Fames has something to say about it. It all starts by taking that player off bomb, though. So the bomb does not get planted, but just spot him on the cross towards bottom blue. You go for the reach out onto Brack. But unfortunately, you're still one shot. But what a snap right there to find that second kill. FaZe Black would definitely get him a little bit nervous right there, Alan. I promise you they were.
I mean, that was, yeah. I started to get a little bit forward in my seat too, bro. I'm telling you. It's like, no way this happens again. But no. So a second round does get tallied. 2-4 the count. A bit Brooklyn back over to the offense. And again, I think the curiosity, I'm glad the Observer team is going this direction, is where does Exceed want to go? I mean, he's been red on heli 2 straight rounds. You had that kind of off play the round previous on the defense where he played on the backside of that blue ledge. And this time he will be essentially making the exact same route happen. So pretty one-dimensional. Last time he was here, it was Darkside that got killed. This time Flames is looking for him, but it's read perfectly. First blood tallied for FaZe again.
That's a good play right there from Exceed. The fact that he only's got 1 sheet of plays on a map like High Rise is insane to me, but it works out to his favor. Gets the first blood and gets out what it's like. But look at Ole Miss Brooklyn. They're already behind enemy lines. They should be able to even up the numbers with this kill on Exceed.
Yep, and they get the read over towards Brack. He's stuck in the corner, does escape through the windows, but really doesn't have the ability to do too much else. Actually just goes kind of into a crouched and prone stance. He's just trying to wiggle his way past, and oh my goodness. Omit Brooklyn to be like, wait, where did he go? We didn't see him cross anywhere. And Brack has completely bamboozled this double setup over in the backside for a bit.
And at least you get all the information now if you are FaZe Black, though. The last 2 players were behind enemy lines. They were in your spawn, so the only bomb site they can fully commit to is A, and that's not an easy one to get the bomb down. But the positioning from Brack, able to at least spot 1 player in dark. There's crossfire set up from Lunars to find that kill. Now it's Noisy left in the 1v3 with only 10 seconds left. FaZe Black are making the adjustments around the game. Exceed obviously finding that first blood, but just keeping your numbers and your advantage is the key to success. FaZe Black 2 rounds in a row now.
And to kind of just heighten and give some credit here to FaZe Black, I would have loved to have seen like a third-person perspective of Brack getting out of this corner over here, because they knew exactly where he was positioned. There was no exit. They were watching the cross-through hut. They were watching the back windows. but Brack goes essentially crouched and then prone to sneak underneath the mid windows to get to the other side without being seen. So you want to talk about trying to value your life at all costs. That was pretty much an example of it, and it works out. So now just a 1-round gap. Everything seems to feel like it's reset just a touch. Off spawn, FaZe Black. They tried doing this a couple rounds ago. It was stopped by stuns, and they will outweigh those stuns this time, looking to burst on into the A site.
Yeah, they're trying to spot at least one player in Flames who's throwing a couple jump spots over towards that backside window. They're slowly working their way up through the propane. You got to make sure you blow that one up. That one can make you have a bad day if it's against you. But they get all the info. You get a couple plays from Omit Brooklyn to wrap back, and now the rotation's going to come in. Back over to B we go.
And honestly speaking, this whole kind of head fake from FaZe Black doesn't really displace the defense of Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, not at all.
Lots of trust that Flames is just going to be able to hold it by himself. Noisy in trouble, but stays alive, but only for a small time. Exceed, good first blood. And now all of a sudden, wait, you've got Flames who's rotating out of A, and Brack was left on the A side. This worked out perfectly for FaZe Black. Bank last one up.
Bink left in a 1v4, makes it a 1v3, spots the second as player as well. And now that bomb is getting planted, so this is a much more manageable situation for him to potentially clutch in the 1v4 scenario. Because now with 35 seconds left, he's working his way through underground, but you see the buddy system from FaZe Black. They're ready for this push.
Double elevator setup. Bink's going to see one for free. Hold on a second. 1v1 with
my.
Exceed. Okay. Small moment of hesitation there as far as what exactly Bink wanted to do. And Exceed's able to step forward to find the trade. But once again, we find ourselves in a 1v4, sweating a little bit more than we should have. But it is one of those things, again, where you kind of go back to that setup, Jay. If Flames doesn't get killed at the top, or pardon me, Noisy doesn't get killed at the top side of Propane, that defense was very prepared to not really make much move.
Yes, once Flames drops, once Noisy drops from top Propane, you see that Flames, he was probably thinking, I have to hit the go button. They all rotated from blue. I'm going to try to make a play from helipad, but you just did not read the positioning of Brack, who was the sole man staying alive over towards Propane. Didn't even have to turn his head. That kill walked into his gun in pre-aim for free. As now FaZe Black have been able to chain 3 rounds together in a row to tie the game up at 4, but it's all out fights in towards the underground.
Yeah, this is a battleground here for both sides of these hallways. Nade's pretty much fully spent on this effort, but Omit Brooklyn will just jump up, get onto B, and they're going to go for the plant. They must have gotten the read that 2 players are down low, saying, okay, if that's the case, thanks for the free plant. Noisy just smokes himself into the bomb site, comfortably so. And as Exceed dropped for first blood, now the retake is on. Joe going to try to go high, and he may have missed the timing, but no, not going to go for the Ninja. Everything resets. They got to find kills.
Yeah, they got to find kills, and Dark is still holding down that right street to the T. He's able to find his second on a round, sets up Noisy to find the third. Now Brack left in the 1v4 position, now known. Just too easy right there from Omit Brooklyn. Once you get all the attacks to be invested towards the right street, you work through the underground side, you climb up in towards the site, and once you realize there's no one on that side of the map, let's just get the bomb down, force them to retake, and at the same time, Dark was playing for that first kill, works up through that left street, finds the first blood, gets out with his life, and then forces FaZe Black to play a little bit quicker on that retake situation. They lose the round. Omit Brooklyn at game point.
What do you call here if you're FaZe Black? We've seen, kind of like we talked about the last time they were on offense, the idea a couple rounds prior to where they wanted a full flood A but were stopped by a stun. That last round, they faked the same thing, but no, this time they will run through blue over towards underground. But look at the defense from Brooklyn. Dark is just playing inside of his spawn door, and they're going to have help here from Noisy getting out of the A site.
Oh, no!
The kill! Oh, not the cleanest shots, and FaZe will punish. First 2 kills go their way.
Oh, now you instantly put this bomb down. 4v2, you're forcing the retake. Just play the buddy system. Don't challenge any one-on-one gunfights. As Brack is able to take down Bink. Dark side left in a 1v4, but it all starts with Exceed. Unbelievable snap, turn on in towards the top side of blue. Wins that gunfight. Then everything after that is just a trade. FaZe Black showing some ice towards the later half of this search and destroy. They chained a couple rounds in a row early on, but the most important one here to now force around 11.
Yep. Wow. And FaZe Black go back onto the offense again. So 2 rounds in a row.
I'm going underground to B.
I'm
doing the same thing that Omit Brooklyn have been doing to us on multiple attacking rounds. I'm working underground to B using my attacks to open up the site.
Or not? Okay. Looks like Omit Brooklyn have maybe a possible issue there, but not sure if they thought that they should have spawned on the other side or something. Obviously, we had no restart, so it must have been some sort of a player issue of some kind.
Yeah, there had to be some kind of player issue because we all know about S&D. It's all tallied on the kills, and if you're able to outslay, everyone was still in the lobby, you spawned on the defensive end, that is where you are going to be. But for FaZe Black to be down 4-1, chain 3 rounds in a row together, some great routes, actually the same routes from AC that he does on every single defense. He found multiple first bloods, and then even in those final moments, Brack wiggling his way through to finesse that one round. They brought it all the way back, man. Those mid-game adjustments have came in for FaZe Black, and they are 1 round away from going 2-0 in the series.
And some scary moments where they were in 1v4s that they should be able to clean up easily that eventually get cleaned up. But hey, at least I think we can say for sure, as marginal as it may be, the improvement playing with numbers is at least resulting in round wins, as messy as they sometimes feel. So, wow. Okay, we will be resetting a bit of a lobby bit here before we get to round 11, and while we do, we'll step away for just a brief break while the lobby gets restructured. Hopefully we'll be back very shortly with our remaining round of Search and Destroy. We'll be back after this. Friends, it's been a very, very interesting Search and Destroy here on High Rise, and we've got round 11 reset up in the lobby, ready to go for us. So, best of 1. But Jay, you brought this up right when we went to break. I was like, wait a second, we got no trophies here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have FaZe on the offense, no trophies to play with. Obviously, the same could be happening, but this changes up the strategies completely for both teams.
Yeah, for both teams, man. That's why the offensive squad is going to be a little bit slower, and it leads to Lunars finding their first blood underground with the frag on the dark. That's their most aggressive player. So now this is where you get a move on it. You don't allow Omid Brooklyn start to take a little bit more ground, get pushed up. A good stun connects onto Bink, so you get information at least to another player. But there's a player in towards the site. Noisy trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, lose the fight. Instant 4v2.
Bink's still in a position, but he's going to have to go Goliath mode here. And he doesn't quite see FaZe back out. Maybe Flames was able to read a couple of players on that exit, but FaZe kind of, again, just playing around with some mind games here. They're not fully committed to that. Exceed over to the top of the alley, not tagged by Bink, who has to now forfeit his position because, again, no trophies, so he gets stunned up. And surely, FaZe with this nade connecting, you're just going to fly at him. Bink's stuck. Exceed playing down low, and there's surely no way they drop this 4v2.
Yeah, there's just no way. Brack takes down Bink. Flames does find a trade, but it's instantly a 1v3. Bomb is now getting planted over towards B. Everyone from FaZe back is a little bit spread around the map, but Flames at least finds one kill on a Joe Deceive. Still 40 seconds to try to clutch on up.
Another one of those rounds, Jay. 1v3, we say surely not. Flame says maybe.
What?
Wide out in the open, but they don't expect Lunars. Another one of those rounds that has you pulling hair out at least halfway. Because it's just like, guys, just play together. Like, what are we talking about here?
Why are we jumping towards the top middle of a crane in a 1v2 scenario? I'm sitting there absolutely jaw dropped, but thank God Luna starts off the round with the first blood and ends the round with the final kill. The too strong. Once they find that opening first blood with that frag, they start to slowly work their way up the street. They find the second kill as well, and then they just isolate the last couple of players, but it still gets very, very scary. At least FaZe Black are able to clutch up in the search and destroy. The mid-round adjustments are just too strong in that game to S&D. And now they find themselves up 2-0 in this series. And let me tell you right now, if I'm home in Brooklyn, my confidence is shot. Losing around 11, game resetting, no trophies, especially if you're Dark getting blooded in that scenario, knowing that if it was the original one, you have a trophy system on that left street, so you're probably not going to drop as easy. But now you're down to 0-2, backs against the wall, FaZe Black clutch on up, one map away from walking away today 2-0.
That'd be huge. Absolutely huge. On the flip side, you also got to keep in mind, it wasn't just the round 11. Amit started to build some momentum in that map number 1. Just could not quite get it past that P1 to P2 rotation. So a couple of winnable moments to this point. It would be really awesome, obviously, if you're Amit. You were able to find a way to at least steal one of those 2 maps, but you find yourself down 0-2 with a high-rise control. Coming up next, we'll give our players our normal map 2 to map 3 break. We'll be back after this with the control. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends and family. We're staking on High Rise and still sticking with our FaZe versus Omit game as we'll be jumping into the control here. FaZe currently up 2-0, Jay, although it hasn't been without drama for one reason or another.
Yep.
Omit, I'm sure at the moment, are thinking both of those first two maps are winnable. Let's just get one on the board here.
Yeah, that's exactly what they should be thinking, or they're probably thinking we just choked 2 maps in a row and we're truly devastated. So it all depends on how early on into this game they want to come out swinging. You can't go 4 dead right off the rip. You're the team early on the attack. You do have no trophies to work with, and keep in mind that propane is still abound.
Yep.
But the first blood is going to go to Exceed. Jodeci's fine the second. You can't go 4 dead here and get in that early trap. You got to stay alive if you are Bink.
Yeah, nice little play here, not just from Flames, well, I was going to say to get off the A zone, but keep his life with help nearby, but now Omit kind of forced to have to win these next upcoming gunfights, otherwise they will be putting the spawn trap in. Well, so far, so good. Lunars outside of blue. Dark right there to pick up and find the trade, and it's just a 1 life gap, and still efforts from it going over towards this B zone until Brack is able to find 2. Jodeci's following up. The defense reclaims control.
Yeah, that's 3 dead, but at least Flames has an answer. Instantly comes out of that right window, finds 2 kills of his own, so Omit currently somewhat have B Street control. So trying to work their way up through the right side of your mini-map. Finally get one person on towards the point through the underground. They're going to be able to stop that clock. But for how long, though? Because you have Lunas in a position. They actually read his positioning as well. So that's already 3 dead in the feed. Here comes the stack. First segment already complete.
Should be more than that. Second is very rapidly being earned, and the third may not even be contestable. I mean, Dark is still holding on to the underground stairs on a nasty heady. So FaZe would have to reclaim this zone by hitting the middle of the map, and if you lose these gunfights, you can get a quick transition over to A here. If you're a mid, there's the extra 60. Here comes the rotation over. It's just Brack in the way.
Yeah, it would look to be a great round for FaZe Black.
Wow.
He's instantly getting turned on his head as Omit Brooklyn have started to win all these important gunfights. Currently up by 3 lives, a minute 30 to work with, and these are the opportunities that Flame is now going to present himself with all the focus over towards that A point. Let's try to time this flank, and it might have worked to perfection. Unfortunately, the trigger discipline is going to come back to bite him. Can he earn 1 kill? Yes, he does. So the cruise missile is going to be picked up, but that's now 3, make it all 4 dead. Omit Brooklyn forced to hit the reset.
And back to even lives as well. Lunars trying to make his way through mid. Stopped by Dark. Exceed, very familiar, up towards Helipad again. But you've got Omit kind of waiting to feel out what this defense wants to do from FaZe Black. Got Lunars taking shots through mid. Brack had given himself away over towards the outside of the map, but Exceed up top. Okay, free kill. A-zone still close, but no. Okay, no one turning to find the trade onto Exceed. I mean, I was expecting to call. Okay, Exceed drops in the trade, but no one turned to get this kill, and now FaZe are in the spawn.
Yeah, Bink is sitting at 0-6. Like, your teammate just dies right next to you. At least the least thing you're going to get is that calm. But the fact that he doesn't react to it, and now Brack and Exceed with the team kill are going to make them pay for it. Omit Brooklyn had a great shot at walking away with this attack, but FaZe Black have just put the pedal to the metal, and there's no more respawns now remaining. They put them in the trap, and they did not let them out this time. 3v7, 25 seconds left.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments that there were opportunities for Omit Brooklyn, but I mean, I'm telling you, Jay, I was sitting here just biting my lip, waiting to say Exceed gets traded. No one did it, and Joe is feeling himself, apparently. A couple of extra shots in the body of Flames, and that will be a 6-1 final life tally. No progress towards A, just the whole B zone captured for Omit in their first attack.
Oh, man, it started off good, but FaZe Black get the last laugh. They just reinforce over towards that A point. Even though Flame works his way through underground and picks up a cruise missile, the rest of his teammates all fall at the wrong time. And you allow FaZe Black to get pushed up on your map, take control of top heli, take control of top propane, and just lock you in. But now if you are Brooklyn, you only get 3 segments done. So if you are FaZe Black, you want to complete B, but if you can walk away with a couple more, even better. But Jodeci's, again, on pace to drop another 30 in a respawn. He's different.
It's been really good, man. And we talked about this yesterday, but in case anyone missed the day, it was one of those things, like, it's hard to point at one person on that LAT team. It's just like, well, they were the problem because they were so bad at hardpoint. And Joe is really proving himself without question when it comes to respawn. Not just today. Happened all day yesterday. And the first stick at B already gone. Second on the way. No one for a minute nearby, and it's getting worse. Kills all over the place. Is this thing on? 60 seconds earned. Only one kill so far for a minute.
Someone get a kill, please. We can't be trapped in our spawn. As the first segment is already about to be complete over at A. And they have every single angle cut off. Luna's going to get a little bit aggressive. That's another 4 dead in the feed. The stack is going to be in. The cruise missile, you might as well not even call it. It's not going to get anything done. Second segment is about to be done. FaZe Black coming out swinging. Might walk away with the quickest round I've ever seen.
I mean, Amit just barely even leaves spawn here to contest A.
Wow.
I mean, come on.
Remember what I said, Alan, before the match started? It's either you're going to roll over and die or show you got some fight. I think they're rolling over and dying slowly but surely.
Wow. I don't even have the words. I mean, it's just, even in that last moment, they're taking so long to even get out of spawn. Like, you got to just go. You can't just let them be quad stacked on the zone, bros. Holy smokes. 1 in 12 from Bink through 2 rounds. Say less.
That's not good, Alan. That's just not good. You got to have a turnaround if you want to stand a chance of staying alive in this series. Because now you're back on the attack. If you're not slaying, you're basically put in that spawn trap instantly. But it's all about this break off, man. You have a couple players trying to work their way out through the right street. Can they find a couple kills, though?
Bink is just going through it, man.
He's in hell.
Random angles from Exceed. Bink, don't do it, brother. Okay.
There it is. Okay.
All right. Luna's on 4 in a row.
Okay.
Hey, give the guy a second here, all right? Okay, that's 1 second, Joe says. No, nothing further. Play over towards A off spawn. At least stops the clock at 56 seconds, but Joe Deceives is redonkulous. Oh, my God.
His reaction time is just insane. It doesn't matter. MCW, Rival 9. He's going to put himself in a very good scenario, a very good situation the most of the time walk away with that fight. As they find 2 already in defeat, all of Omit Brooklyn still sprinting out of their spawn, trying to find a way on in. You can't wrap back over towards the B street because you're spawning towards the left side of the windows, so you are forced to continuously push into blue, and Joe Deceives can only walk away with 1, but all the information gained, and actually Omit Brooklyn, they take down 3. This might be the opportunity.
Oh, Exceed kind of falls into a near-perfect transfer for what could have been a triple kill. Flames now up top. Keeps the progress going on A. 30 seconds flat is what is left to work with for Amit. And off spawn, they're actually going to take their focus towards B. So Flames' job is just to stay alive as long as possible. Doesn't stay alive for too much longer, but at least he gets the A progress done. Over towards B goes the focus. Exceed working on the pinch. Bink, at least in his way at the least, but the problem is you still have a ton of FaZe members looking to play through the spawn.
Yeah, they're not going to give this one up for free. It's only 28 seconds left, and you see the route that Brack is currently hitting. Works all his way behind enemy lines. Not able to find that kill, though. That would have been a crucial one to at least start off the trade fights. But it's Joe Deceives' turn to strike. This guy never fails. He's able to find 2 onto the point. That's now 3 dead. Farthest player pushed up is going to be Mr. Flames. He's spotted by Joe. It's only a matter of moments before he gets taken down.
Unreal, dude. What a display for all of the both right and wrong reasons, depending on whose perspective you choose to take. There will be an effort to stop the clock at A, but it's going to feel very desperate. Joe at 24 and 11 through 3 rounds. Lunars, Joe, all pinching up this A zone. First tick in, second tick, going to be contested. Exceed right there. 3 seconds left, and the team shots are flawless. FaZe Black on the respawn, looking clean. 3-0 here on the control means a 3-0 in the series. FaZe do exactly what they need to put themselves right in the mix of all those other teams that are essentially tied around the 2-2 mark.
That's just good stuff from FaZe Black. What a bounce back day from them to go 2-0 today instead of 1-1 yesterday. And just the way that they went 1-1 yesterday was losing a majority of those SDs due to just not play your numbers correctly. But the fact that they walk away with a very close hardpoint in map number 1, a 6-5 clutch up in the map number 2. Home at Brooklyn, they were just down and out, man. They were down and out. And I was on full display in that map number 3. Pink obviously doesn't have the best performance, but across the board, nobody really played well. The highest damage is 2,900 out of Flames. He was the only shining light at certain moments for this Homer Brooklyn squad. He even picks up a cruise missile, but that's not going to be felt. Just too much out of FaZe Black. Confidence roaring through that squad. Lunars went 9-9. Like,
he's
that's what you
out,
call a big, chilling kind of map. Wow, they get it done in a 3v4, basically.
Yes, lowest damage in the lobby too. He's just legitimately watching lanes. It's like, is anyone gonna come chow me today? Like anyone, just anyone at all. Wow, that's pretty good. I'll say that is pretty good. So, taking a look at the highlight reel, it's gonna feel like it's a lot of Joe Deceives, I'm sure, as he was all over the map. And I will say, just to kind of give a little bit of credit here to like the mentality around FaZe Black. Even in that last round, it's like, yeah, we know they're over towards the A zone, or conversely near the end, over towards the B zone, but they just pushed through the opposite side of the map, just really putting on the pressure on spawn wherever possible, and there's no way of it we're able to kind of deal with that pressure.
Nah, yeah, they just weren't ready for the plays, man. FaZe Black, even if they were going to take some calculated risks, it was working out to their favor. Because you had a player like Joe Deceives who was popping a two-piece every time he came off spawn, and Deceives was right there with him, sitting at 21 and 12. Those guys both just got activated. Bracky sparkled a couple plays here and there, but Lunar's feet kicked up, brother. That's how you walk away with a clean 3-0.
Yeah. Unreal stuff, man. Okay, well, that at least completes some of the games for some of the teams, but we are trying to figure out what exactly is happening with some of the other matches that are going on. So while we kind of tally the current status across the rest of the group play action that's happening, we'll step away for a break, and we'll give you guys an update when we can on the backside. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into a map 5 in progress to finish off our evening. Good Kids and Syndicate 2-2 heading to a high-rise search and destroy, and a pivotal matchup here. Both teams 2-1 in their group. This could be a huge difference maker here, Jay, as we look in to see who possibly can top this Group A that's been locked in a 2-1, essentially tiebreaker situation all day long.
Yeah, this is a banger of a series, man. All the way into Game 5, we have the privilege to jump all the way in at the very end. But when I was looking at the timeline on the X app or Twitter, whatever the hell you call it, all I saw was full sale, full sale, full sale, full sale. So that tells me SGP were up 5-0 in the previous Search and Destroy versus this roster and lost 6 rounds straight and somehow, some way find themselves in the Game 5. But actually, more focused on this other squad, this Good Kids squad. We actually haven't had the opportunity to cast these guys yet, but all these names are very familiar. We know Classic Me, Nikki D, Capsule. That guy's been in and out the league so many times you can't even lose count. And then Gunless, he was at one point in his COD career, the best player in the game back in the day. We know what Gunless is all about. And then old Johnny, he's been in the league once. He didn't have the best shot, but I've been playing against this guy in the rank, and let me tell you right now, this squad is full of nothing but demons.
Yeah. And I think the shout towards Johnny in particular is an interesting one because he's, again, one of those byproduct pieces of got pulled into a really bad roster and couldn't really do much. It's actually funny because I remember at the end of that Vanguard year when there was all these rumors like, oh, Vegas are looking to make a move when they were already not going to make playoffs. And I was like, dude, why would you even bother trying to set yourself up to go to a team just so you can say you're in the CDL to play on a squad that doesn't even have a shot at playoffs? And I think those couple of weeks, like, it didn't like hit Johnny super hard, but it didn't show anyone enough to be like, yeah, we want to be part of our team next year, where I feel like he would have had a really good chance to maybe even win Challengers Champs that year. So this is going to be kind of a bounce back year in a lot of ways for Johnny, trying to get back to that fame after having just an okay Modern Warfare 2 year.
Yeah, that was the most important thing about Johnny, is that he did join the roster when they were already eliminated from champs contention. But I think for him as a young Challengers player, and we've seen it at least a couple times, these guys want to decide where they want to go. It was a situation even in the Vanguard season where New York wasn't playing the best. They wanted to pick up Havoc, but Havoc was like, nah, I don't want to put myself in that situation. I'm going to stay down here in Challengers, wait for a better opportunity, and it did present itself eventually, but now Havoc's just full-time content creator, dominating in rank. On the opposite side for Johnny, he's still a very young player, so he was just looking at that opportunity like, I have the opportunity to live out my dream and join a professional team and be considered a pro player nice and early. Obviously, it doesn't work out. He doesn't really perform the best, and now he's knocked back down to Challengers, but this is where you have an opportunity to right your wrongs, to get your stock back up. And on the map number 5, in the Elite, he's been putting on an absolute show ever since this game came out.
And just for reference sake, this is a recently formed roster. They came together after Boston did not particularly go well for anybody. And so a 4th place finish at Cup 2 has them, I'm sure, feeling really solid about their chances to be a major threat, not just in this group, but maybe even for the entirety of the Elite Season 1 if they can make it to playoffs. Again, the important note here, kind of looking at more of a large picture, was Syndicate losing to Spacefish Tacos in their first match today. It put 4 teams at 2-1, and there's a very realistic possibility here that we're going to still have 4 teams at 2-2 by the time we get done with stuff. The only real difference maker is that SFT looks like they beat Bowser's Kingdom, so they're 3-1 at the top, where Bowser's Kingdom is 0-4, essentially out of playoffs. So it's, again, we got multi-team tiebreaker situations, unless there's a world here where you get one of these 2 teams exiting kind of at 3-1, which will happen. So it's going to be a really interesting, I think, affair to finish off today, and then look forward to next week to see what the teams have to do if they want to make it into playoffs out of this group.
And the thing about this Game 5, obviously, like I said, before this fly-through started originally, we have not seen Good Kids play on the main broadcast, but we have seen Syndicate, and we have seen them on a map like High Rise. Multiple rounds where they were forced to clutch up in 2v4 scenarios. They were able to get it done, but with your backs against the wall, already one S&D got away from you being up 5-0. You got to be thinking about it like, we just have to win this Search and Destroy, control our own destiny, make sure that next week is just a little bit of a cherry on top to put us up in a better seed.
See how things will fare. Good Kids on the opening offense. A little route happening over towards bottom underground, and Gunless, just lots of shots don't fully land, and Cruz just takes the reach out and says, later, dude, thanks for trying. So First Blood tallied, and Syndicate have full control, not just over that B alley, they've also got some good presence at bottom underground too.
So now in the 3v4, already 30 seconds knocked off of that game clock. You do have Capsule already finds himself towards the top side of Propane. When he puts down a couple shots, position is now going to be known. Capsule actually finds a kill with the nade as well. Makes it a 3v3, but Major Maniac instantly there for the trade. Now it's a 2v2.
Trades are out. Gunzy stuck. Classic wants the challenge. Up and over. Finds it with the pistol, leaving now Cruz to a 1v2 situation. Looking for 3 total in the round. Classic has collected the bomb and looks to be considering to just backtrack over towards B. But no, the call's going to be to push through. This is all about if Cruz gets timing and checks this back window position, he's in a perfect spot to deal with it. Just comes down to will he get the read.
He just has to be able to spot them in his spawn, and he spots both of them. And he's in the best possible situation, the best possible position. For Good Kid still trying to spot out where he is. He should be able to get this player off bomb. No, Capsule with the cover fire. Had a niche. That the only place he could be clutching from is from top heli. He holds down the pre-aim from that back left window. He actually spots him as well, so it was actually a bait out of Classic just to work his way out towards the bomb to get Cruz to stand on up. Great work out of Good Kids in round 1.
Yeah, really good stuff. And again, like you mentioned, the good patience, the good discipline as well. So good stuff through and through. Caps for 3 in the round. And I mean, again, just to kind of tell the story, I mean, it's pretty obvious with him going in and out of Boston a couple of different times, but I don't know about you, Jay. I was just puzzled in the first place that Boston made the move in Vanguard to pick him up after a Challengers year where he was not a name that we ever said. I mean, like he had like an average of like top 32 overall placements, but he popped up in the scene. Obviously, we know what his potential looks like. Just comes down to can he find the consistency now.
Yeah, that's all about it. That's all it comes down to is simply the consistency for Capsule. Starting off 3-0 in round number 1. Confidence is now going to be through the roof. And look at this nice little angle he has. So make sure no one sneaks up through the middle of the map over towards B. While Gunless is also gaining information through the right street. Gets him one shot. Going to back down with his life. But now you have the information on where they're trying to apply this pressure.
Yeah, a little revenge battle there for Gunless. Trying to reforce the 1v1 with Cruz. Neither will fall this time, so 42 seconds on the clock. Moves being made with a little bit of a poke and prod here at A, but Classic, I think the Propane had just exploded. Over the top little jump shot. Takes care of 2, and with that, Good Kid set up for what should surely be a second round. Not a lot of time remaining here for SGP to make much of a move.
Yeah, and Cruz's positioning is now going to be known. Gunless gets his revenge, and now it's Gunseed left end of 1v4. Great shoulders from Pierce. Great gunny from Gunless. We know his body of work, and he shows it right there as he finds 2 on the round. Him and Classic, they've been around COD for quite some time. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure now between 2 searches and shores that these squads have played it's now 8 rounds in a row for Good Kids. They're frying so far in S&D.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, stringing it from the second round. 3-0 start for both Caps and Classic, finding 3 in that previous round. And now you look to Syndicate again, like, what do you do? I mean, it was a very convincing result in your first defense, kind of going against you. Same result there in the offense. What do you have built into the game book? Major Maniac outside has been stunned. Cap's not able to fully get the kill, so Mike will stay alive. Help nearby by the form of Gunzy, but oh, look at the push through. Wait, Gunzy's able to get one. Major Maniac somehow still alive, and then the nade gets cooked just long enough. What a weird turn of events. Johnny now left alive as the last one standing and can't get into the mix. I just have no idea how Major Maniac stays alive that long.
Yeah, he was just dancing around Propane, sliding around, working his way in through the elevator, but he sets up Gunzy off the crossfire to at least find that first blood. And even when Major does get traded, somehow, some way, he gets an explosion on that side of the map to find a kill. But just the mid-round adjustments coming in from Syndicate to make sure you keep Major Maniac alive. He was giving all the info through that B street, but Gunzy was there to assist them. They finally get one on the board. Back to the attacking side they go. Just can't be so patient. They were really patient their first go-around. Let's add a little bit more pace to this one.
Yeah, I mean, now you've got trophy systems at the ready, so get aggressive on something. Focus your energy. It looks like that will be over towards A. I mean, you've already got Journey clearing out the site. Cruz is just going to play rogue to see if he can catch anybody, and it's actually Major Maniac from top heli that gets the opener, so that's going to be enough likely to commit for the bomb plant, but maybe now, again, a little too patient, looking for more kills or SGP, and in the process, things get traded back to a 3v3.
Yeah, Classic pushed straight up through on the ground and was able to find the timing to find that kill, at least the trade, onto Cruz. And at the same time, Gunless in the back of his spawn wins that one-on-one versus Journey, and Classic's able to slide his way out through the street as well with his life. So instantly a 3v2. It was just a bad advantage for SGP. Have to try to clutch on up.
Gunzy, does he expect the second one over towards Elevator Alley? No. And Classic will take his extra lease on life for a kill. Gunzy now lurking on what could be a 1v2 for him, but quick follow-up back from that B alley works out for the quick kill, and now again that 2-round differential continues to stay in play for Good Kids on this cushion.
Yeah, and that falls into the hands of Classic. What he was able to do, the ground he was able to cover, and the gunfights he decided to chow through B Street. Once he finds that trade through the backside of the window, he works his way behind enemy lines into their spawn. Just forces a couple players from Syndicate to start to focus on him, but then he's able to maneuver his way out, find another another 3-kill round out of Classic, sitting at 7-1, 2 rounds in a row now for Good Kids, as they're starting to pull away in the search and destroy. This is a pace difference right now from Good Kids.
And you want to talk about other players that have seen the league and have, again, the consistency question over their head. Look no further than Classic, who's always put together master classes on Surge. Caps working on 2 in this round, continues to kind of eliminate that consistency question. I mean, 8-1 from Classic. Gunzy nowhere to go, and Syndicate are falling apart at the seams. I mean, that is as quick as you've seen around on high-rise Surge.
That's just too easy, especially through the A side. Like, they weren't working up through B. They didn't work through underground. They full-on sending it out through the propane. And the fact that they were able to trade so efficiently, Capsule finds 2 on the propane side, and then Classic instantly there to assist his teammate to find the 3rd. A very, very quick attacking round right there out of Good Kids. And back when you said that Classic usually has a stellar play in S&D, you remember that map? It was probably like 10 years ago where he went 0-11, still found the W? The Classic, he's full of surprises, man. But sitting at 8-1, this is exactly how you get the job done early on.
He's a presence. Didn't say that. He was always
factual.
Good. Little aggressive play from Classic. Speaking of, Journey able to find the first blood, and that has pretty much blown apart this Good Kids defensive stretch. It's a good idea, just try to play aggressive through underground, but Syndicate were fully prepared for it. Just kind of a blind counter meets blind counter there. So just as quick as Good Kids put together their previous round, SGP say, hold on to this. We can do the same thing.
Yeah, SGP, they were just like, all right, the last time you guys were on defense, you got aggressive through underground. But this time we're going to actually put pressure on the B Street and play for that aggressive push. And it turns out to be a complete blind counter for the Good Kids. As they lose that round, you also shut down Classic to not pick up that cruise missile. But up 4-2, the confidence is still on their side. As that was 2 very, very quick rounds back-to-back. Can Good Kids mimic it again with all out pressure this time around through that left street?
Yep. Most of it actually over towards the underground in particular. Johnny will see Cruz at range. But Gunzy is tiptoeing, backside scaffold. Does he check this? He knows that Johnny's nearby, and oh my, I don't know what alerts Johnny to that play, but he reads it absolutely beautifully. First blood tallied.
Oh, that headset is cranked right there out of Johnny. Just switching from a pistol to the AR. Johnny gets the sound cue. He's able to find the first blood. Also finds the second on to Major Maniac. Instantly turns into a 4v2, making a 4v1 as Capsule finds another. Now it's all left up to Cruz. His information is now gained. You know exactly where he is. But it all starts off with Johnny just cranking his headset to maximum value to get that first kill. Knows where Major Maniac likes to play when he's covering that B site. Finds the second and then just slowly picks them apart after that. Good Kids now at game point.
Huge opportunity brewing to find themselves likely a tie at the top of the leaderboard through the first week of games. And let's be candid, this is a roster that should have been built for this. I mean, flat out, just talking about this is essentially a full CDL team in some regard in the last 2 years. Johnny over the middle of the map. Ambitious, to say the least, but connects a couple of late headshots. That has Cruz reconsidering things just a touch. Major Maniac still playing over towards Heli Stairs, but the bomb once again for Syndicate kind of leaning towards wanting to get to B.
Yeah, and this time Good Kids are not going to be aggressive through on the ground. They're just going to stay strong on their side of the map. As Classic is Capsule is just playing the timings through the underground, and Gunzy with an unfortunate team nade is going to take down Journey, instantly puts them into 3v4.
Not what you need to try to extend this search another round. Again, on the line here, Good Kids could finish 3-1. Same could be said for Syndicate, but there will be some massive traffic at 2-2 in this group, no matter who finds themselves at that value. Major Maniac up top. Ooh, Johnny nearly peels him off. Gunzy, good angle here, but can't quite find all of Caps. So that will lead to him saying, all right, I should be good for a plant, but Good Kids are trying to move pretty quickly here. Do they find the exit kill? No, Gunless will value his life instead. We go 4v3.
Oh, but they're finding the timing, and Gunsy and Major Maniac at the same time able to combine for 2. What was just a 4v3. Gunless potentially find the timing on the Cruise. Nice. Makes it with a 2v2 situation with 30 seconds left. They're still trying to spot where the rest of his players are.
And they know Major Maniac is playing on some part of this map, and Johnny's found him again. Topside helipad. Got to get this quickly, though. You still need to figure out where Gunsy's gone post-plant. So Gunless is going to hop this. Gunsy over the top, gets dealt with. Johnny meets him on the exact opposite wall. Plenty of time for the defuse, and Johnny will finish on 5 in a row as Good Kids absolutely blow Syndicate out of the water here in map 5.
Yeah, they just dominated that game 5, man. We're talking about super aggressive on their defensive rounds. That one was won with ease. But when you get the hot starts from Johnny, the hot starts from Classic, and then the trade fights through that left street from Gunless, they just make that one easy, man. They got it done all the way into game number 5. Obviously, those are names that we've known for quite some time. They moved to now 3-1 on the stage, and unfortunately, Syndicate, is that their second loss on the day?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. That is tough for a team that started 2-0 yesterday.
Absolutely the case. Here's a look back at the stats. Again, everyone had individual moments where Good Kids were there putting together a handful of kills. I mean, 5 in a row for Johnny at the end there, but Classic had 4. I think he had 2-3 pieces 2 different times. Capsidal also, I think, the same rate. I think his 6 were off of 2-3 sprees that he put together. Opposite side, Journey just couldn't quite find anything going his way. He also got teammated there at the end, so it just kind of goes from bad to worse. And here is kind of a look at least the maps that were played in this series, as the Terminal Search and Destroy was the one that was full sailed. So after the Karachi Hardpoint, or if these maps, I'm not sure if the names are right, the maps are wrong, but regardless, there was an opportunity, like you mentioned, after the map number 2, where Syndicate could have walked away with what looks to be 3 straight maps.
Yeah, because keep in mind, you're up 5-0 on a map like Terminal. It's very, very, very difficult to win a majority of offensive rounds. Defenses are basically guaranteed. But the fact that they were down, up 5-0 and lost that, that's a choke. Indeed, my friend, yeah.
Well, that will conclude our live broadcast coverage here on the main stream. New York Subliners Academy and SKRP, they had that long delay between their matches because of some issues, but they are going on live on the main youtube.com/COD Challengers channel on the Bravo stream. So if you want to watch more NA Elite, you can do so there as they finish up. But for us here tonight, hey, Jay, we're through first 4 games, and for the most part, we still have a very undecided set of groups here.
Yeah, we do, man, we do, but at least we have some top teams who came out and played stellar today. Obviously, Boston Academy clutching up in a round 11, game number 5. They iced up and at least went to 3-0. I don't really know how that last match went, but FaZe Black really making up for their wrongs yesterday.
Sure.
Not getting 2v4 clutched on. It almost had a couple rounds where they let a 1v4 happen, but you move forward. You got the 2-0 day. You're going into next week 3-1.
Full reset. They've got one more group match to play. I assume there will be some very significant tiebreaker situations, especially in Group A, before we jump into the double elimination playoff bracket to determine our first Elite champ here in the Modern Warfare 3 year. But, of course, we look forward to tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday for the CDL, so make sure you guys tune in as Challengers Elite comes to a close here for week number 1. And like you mentioned, Jay, we had some heavy favorites show up and show out. Where on the other front, I would say week 1, heavily dominated by the new guys across the board, both in Europe and North America. Lots more to learn, though, as we head closer and closer towards playoffs. Make sure you join us next week, same time, same place, and until that point, we'll see you guys in the CDL. Farewell.